So hey what's up guys, welcome back to YouTube channel. So today we're gonna see what if Deku awakened Kratos' wrath and hunted every villain. So this story is gonna be very interesting, and if you're new here, please subscribe the channel and also like the video.
Eyes on me, you useless Deku. The dirt splashed against his cheeks, his face buried into the burning floor below. He basked in the excruciating sensation of the sun's rays. He tried to move, but to no avail. Ha! The useless Deku's getting his fill for the day, huh? The spiked blonde-haired kid jeered, nudging Izuku's ribcage with the tip of his foot. Had enough yet? Izuku didn't muster a word. He only stared at the dirt below him, his eyes glinting with the primal instinct to persevere. But he suppressed it, locked it away like an unhinged beast. But as it seemed, Bakugo had his fun. Alright, let's just settle this down for the day, since I'm generous enough to not turn your quirkless ass into a pile of condensed meat. But one last thing, though. Izuku could feel another foot striking him by his elbow, pain jolting throughout his every nerve ending. Nothing that he couldn't handle. As Bakugo and his lackeys went on their merry way, laughing as they did, Izuku was left to tend to his own in the park. The sky crackled, as the clouds darkened. The thunder roared like an untamed beast, jolting the sky at every turn as it rocked the wind forward vehemently. The droplets soaked his uniform, as the mud encircled his battered form. Not a single soul stopped by to help him up. Then again, he was always on his own, wasn't he? As Izuku twisted the doorknob, he wasn't really expecting a grand welcome from his mom, given the mess he was in. The bruises, the soaked clothes, the mud dangling all over him. Damn, I really shouldn't have come home this early. And, just as expected, Inko gasped in horror seeing the state that her son was in. Just great. She rushed to his side. My baby. What happened to you? Izuku trailed off, staring at the ceiling. He didn't know what sort of excuses that he could come up with. But he tried regardless. I tripped over myself. Izuku, don't lie to me. Not about this. Look at you. Inko scooped him up to her shoulders. We'll put this aside for now. Let's get you to the bathroom, shall we? Izuku guffawed. Mom, come on, I'm a grown-up. I can go to the bathroom by myself. Not in that condition, you can't. Izuku complied to his mother's request nonetheless. As he cleaned after himself, he took a new set of clothes for himself. When he was done, Inko called from downstairs, come on down, Zuku. Your dinner's getting cold. Coming, Mom. Izuku went down the stairs, dreading the conversation that would follow concerning his predicament. Especially the ones that he keeps getting himself into, courtesy of that former Pomeranian friend of his. Though, he couldn't really blame his mother for worrying. He just wished that she wouldn't worry that much. Up you go, Izuku. Dig in. Inko welcomed her son. Izuku sat on the other side, staring absent-mindedly at the food. He ate a decent amount from the plate. Zuku. After, Inko gestured to the food, before continuing. We're gonna discuss some things, yeah. Of course she would say that. Regardless, he played dumb. He begrudgingly moved his gaze to his mother. And what sort of things are we going to be discussing? The kind that puts those bruises on your face every time you come home. The kind that compels you to lie to me, your mother, of all people, when you shouldn't have. You know that I love you, right? Mom. Don't. Mom, me. You've been lying to me for a while now. Izuku began to protest. Mom, you've got nothing to worry about. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. I've always been. Inko, getting fed up of the lies, pulled up a series of notes in her hands. Notes that were written in Izuku's handwriting. Hiding it in the attic. An ingenious move, I'll give you that. Inko scowled. Placing the notes in the table, you haven't finished your fill. Finish that first, then we'll talk. Izuku nodded, finishing the meal, before putting his plates into the sink. Without being asked, he went back to the dining table. As he sat, an aura of uncertainty reigned in the air. You didn't tell me that you have certain tendencies. Inko started, standing up to sit beside Izuku, shifting closer to him. What troubles you, Izuku? Is it your peers? Did they do something that might have? Mom, I told you, it's not that serious. It's definitely serious enough to the point of contemplating suicide. It's just. Izuku sighed as he continued, it's just one of those moments, okay. Like a call of the void type of situation. It will pass, and it did. I don't have those thoughts anymore. Even if it passed, as you put it so delicately, there must be something that elicited those thoughts. What was it? Inko urged for him to answer, to which he didn't. Izuku. Quote. Izuku gulped, Mom, I don't worry about it. Why shouldn't I? Izuku, you admitted that you are, or were, suicidal. And you're telling me not to worry. Izuku was about to open his mouth. He wanted to let it all out. To cry on her shoulder. To hear her soothing words, telling him that it was all going to be alright. But he didn't want to burden her. He was just a weak link in the family. He would always be. Izuku. Inko said, her words trailing off. I'm tired, Mom. Izuku finally said, shutting off the conversation, can this discussion wait for tomorrow? Inko stared at her son incredulously, her eyes scanning him for any hint of deceit in his demeanor. She sighed, you know, trying to help you is as easy as trying to find a needle in a haystack. Izuku's lips were tightly shut. He didn't know what to add to that. She stood up, I don't intend to press you on the matter, but I'm here for you, Izuku. Always. She then kissed him on the forehead, caressing his hair. Before heading straight to her room, goodnight, Izuku. Tomorrow will be a long day for me. Izuku simply nodded as he watched his mother scurry her way back to her room. And with that, he shed a drop of tear from his eye. He brushed it off, as he too would have a long day waiting for him tomorrow. Here's hoping that I'll ace that test. And he did. Precisely so. He got a perfect mark on his test. Much to the dismay of his other classmates. But Bakugo. It wasn't just a mild inconvenience for that guy. No. He had to be a sore loser over it. As Izuku was headed straight to the front gates of the school. Bakugo intercepted his path. He was waiting at the front, his arms crossed. With a scoff, he asked a question. A simple one, did you rig the test, Deku? Izuku was startled by the question. Though he answered as level-headed as he could, no. What made you think that? Don't you fucking dare lie to me. Bakugo grabbed the boy by his collar, lifting him up to meet his fiery gaze. You've got perfect scores for 5 tests straight. I don't believe for a second that a useless Deku like you would be that slick. You cheated. Before Izuku could make a rebuttal to that statement, a fist made contact with his cheek, causing him to tumble onto the ground, hitting the dirt headfirst. He winced in slight pain. And guess what, Deku? I'm gonna rat you out. They'll see you for the cheating bastard you are. Bakugo said, smirking as he did. Like you got any proof for that? The fuck you say? Bakugo said, demanding for him to reiterate. Izuku propped himself up, his eyes blaring with flame. You have no proof. Quote. Say that again, you little shit. Complying, Izuku daringly leaned forward to speak even louder. You have no proof. He was hit str. I'd in the jaw before he could even finish his sentence. Hey, hey, a familiar voice came from afar. Izuku's eyes widened at the sound of it. It couldn't. No, please. Izuku. Inko was running straight towards the gates. She stepped in front of her son, her fists clenched as she glared at Bakugo. I knew it was you all along. Auntie Inko. Bakugo uttered. Izuku then asked, Mom, what are you doing in here? Followed you to school, and, as it turns out, the main culprit behind all of your bruises and suicidal thoughts is him. Inko hissed, I'm taking you to another school, Izuku. One where everyone is friendly and isn't opposed to the idea of befriending a quirkless person. What the fuck are you even? Bakugo was interrupted. Don't act like I don't know. Mitsuki told me a lot about your exploits. You're a quirkist. You think you're above everyone. I just didn't think that your mindset would affect Izuku to this degree. Deku isn't a fucking pussy. He can take it. Stop overreacting. That's not even remotely true, you self-absorbed asshole. Did you even see the notes that he wrote? I don't even know what I'll do if he. She began to sob, trying her best to regain her composure. Mom, you'll never get anywhere with that attitude of yours, Bakugo. Inko wiped the tears from her eyes. You want to be the #1 hero. That won't work as long as you behave like this. Shut the fuck up. I'm telling you the truth. Being a hero is all about the PR. I told you, shut the fuck up. Seeing how you are, I don't see anyone liking you at all, much less raising your rank in the chart. Before Inko could finish her sentence, she was propelled against the wall, her spine ruptured as she made contact with it. With an audible crack, her body plummeted to the ground. Bakugo was standing there with smoke rising from his palm. He gasped as the grim realization of what he had just done hit him. Izuku watched as his mother laid helplessly on the sidewalk. Mom. Izuku couldn't remember what he was doing the last time he was awake. Everything was a blur. He couldn't make out what he was dreaming about. But whatever it was, it couldn't be something good. He remembered that his mother was injured, and then, everything blacked out. What caused the injury? Or rather, who? Try as he might, but even with the extensive effort that he had put into recalling the events that happened prior to his hospitalization. What happened? He moved his gaze onto his hands. What he saw was disconcerting. His knuckles were bruised. It hurt. Felt like he had just rammed his hand straight through concrete. He needed to get out of here, but he could hardly move. His rib was straining him, betraying his will to bring himself up from the bed. Broken ribcage. That's a new one. I wonder. What else? He tried to scout for other possible injuries, but he was none the wiser. It seems that he had sustained a mild injury to the ribs. Then, Mom. He had to move. He had to check on her. He had to know if she was okay. Then, a doctor opened the door to his room. As he closed it, he approached the ailed boy. How are you feeling, Midoriya-san? What happened? Izuku decided to cut to the chase. My mom, where is she? She's okay, of that, I can assure you. The doctor said, sitting beside the bed. Did you remember anything that happened right before you passed out, Midoriya-san? I don't. The doctor frowned. You don't. I don't. Really? Mild amnesia, perhaps. The doctor inquired. Doctor, I need to see my mom. Izuku insisted. Every inch of his desire to recover permeated at the thought of his mother. Please. But his pleas were in vain. The doctor said, your mother is undergoing an extensive surgery as we speak. It would be preferable if you stayed put and didn't disrupt the procedure. Surgery what? It was. I'm sorry to say this, but it is possible that your mom will be permanently paralyzed. Izuku's expression was pale. He couldn't comprehend the thought of seeing his mother in that state. All because of, what happened to her? Izuku said, his voice inciting an unbridled rage underneath. Young Midori. Tell me. Izuku insisted, his jaw clenched. What no, who did this? If you don't remember, it's best if you were to stay th. Tell me. Izuku's roared, his eyes blazing with uncontained indignation. Bakugo. Bakugo Katsuki. The doctor finally conceded. Kachan. Some of the hazy memories that had been locked away began to resurface themselves. But it was over a disagreement between the both of them. Though she could have given it a much softer approach, I suppose I can't blame her for being angry, given how much of an abrasive brat Bakugo is, the doctor scoffed. Can you imagine? He didn't even want to be treated. He insisted on recovering all by himself. A tough nut to crack, that boy. Izuku's eyes widened, his mind processing the information. Then, he noticed one crucial piece. Bakugo is in this hospital. But he was recovering from what, exactly? What happened next? I don't even want to tell you. Doctor, please. Izuku pleaded. What happened? The doctor looked unsure. On one side, he looked like he thought Izuku deserved to at least know parts of the truth, but on the other, he also looked rather conflicted, whatever it was about. Izuku clenched his fists, gripping the fabric of the bed he was laying on. Doctor. Then, it was at this time that the doctor faltered from keeping his stand, finally revealing the truth. Midoriya. You might not like hearing this, but, you. Unfortunate enough, he was interrupted by a person entering the room. He turned around only to see a man of tall stature with a black hair and somewhat rectangular eyes. He was wearing formal clothes, befitting of a detective. Ah, Detective Tsukauchi. I would be honored to have you as our guest, but I must ask, why are you here? The doctor asked. Don't you deal with the more critical cases? This. With all due respect, doctor, a detective of my caliber is eligible enough to deal with this case. Tsukauchi interrupted. Is he ready for questioning? Or do I have to wait? He isn't undergoing any form of surgical process right now, so, yes. The doctor nodded. Detective Tsukauchi then gestured to the door. A scrawny man who looked like He hasn't eaten for a long time entered the room. His sunken, blue eyes spoke of weariness. Pardon for our intrusion, doctor, but we really need to question the young boy. I hope you don't mind me asking, but, to what end, exactly? This is no villain case. It's just one of those cases where arguments tend to go south. The doctor asked, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Detective Tsukauchi didn't answer, much to the doctor's displeasure. He then sighed, conceding his pursuit to decipher their motives, however vague they may be. I suppose I can't begrudge you on your little mission. My apologies. I will be leaving this room shortly. As he exited the room, Izuku was left under the care of these. Whoever they are. Shame. He was so close to finding out about the truth, but perhaps they can fill him in. Even if it's partially the truth. Young Midoriya, it was the scrawny man's turn to speak. We apologize for coming on such a short notice, but what happened to you is. And what exactly happened? Izuku demanded one more time. We will get to that, but first, I need to ask you this, did you remember any of the events that happened prior to your blackout? Tsukauchi asked. No, I don't. Maybe parts of it, sure. Like the fact that my mom is injured, but now that I find out that Bakugo is the one who caused it in the first place, Izuku trailed off, not finding the right words to describe what he was going to do. To Bakugo, particularly. The primal rage inside of him was burning. So you only remember, partially? Tsukauchi asked again. Yes, truth. Tsukauchi looked at the scrawny man. As they nodded at each other. Izuku raised his brow, but he kept it locked inside. What did you feel right before you passed out? The scrawny man asked. I remember feeling angry. Resentful. Izuku asked, looking at his hands. Vengeful. Vengeful. Yes. Izuku said, clenching his fist. I think it's coming back to me. Tsukauchi eyed him in intrigue. Izuku then spoke again. I remember feeling so much rage. I remember wanting to bash that bastard's skull in, and I did. Izuku found himself petrified at the thought of it alone. Everything was hazy. Trying to remember is as easy as trying to slip through a narrow space. He found himself pushing, and pushing, and pushing. I almost killed him, Izuku said, his face scrunching at the sudden revelation. I almost. The heartbeat monitor besides him began to beat rapidly. Tsukauchi went to his side. Breathe with me, Midoriya. Everything's alright. It's not. I almost. Izuku's eyes closed, holding the burning tears that threatened to squeeze through his eyelids. And my mom. It's no excuse. It wasn't. Young man. The scrawny man went to his aid. Please, calm yourself. Tsukauchi. Get him some water. The detective was about to comply when something interrupted him. Izuku's mind gave up. His hands limply fell into the edge of the bedroom, dangling freely above it. All that remained was darkness. His mom was laying on the sidewalk, her spine fractured. Izuku went for the blow, hitting Bakugo straight in the jaw. Naturally, Bakugo took the hit head-on. Before going in with an attack of his own. An explosion emitted from his palm bruised the left side of Izuku's ribcage. But Izuku was relentless. He kept pushing through the pain, enduring as Bakugo mercilessly spewed his explosions towards his direction. What the hell did you do? Izuku threw a violent punch into Bakugo's cheek, splintering his bones. It was stronger than it naturally was. But that fact alone didn't faze him. It wasn't on purpose, you fucking idiot. Bakugo screamed back, ready to defend himself at a moment's notice. I was. Quote. And that somehow justifies your fucking outburst. Izuku yelled back, you self-absorbed, ego-inflated, twisted scumbag. Quote. Bakugo lunged at him, but Izuku ducked under the trajectory, delivering a consecutive amount of hits right into his left cheek, his ribs, and his chest, disorienting him. He was inhumanely fast. Faster than he's ever been. Bakugo tried to retaliate even further, but Izuku charged forward, slamming his face into the ground with his palm, creating a crevice that extends upwardly. Izuku began to pound on him, his next hit harder than the previous. She's all I have. With every hit, Izuku's voice began to crack down. Just as Bakugo's consciousness began to wear out. And if you'd take her away from me. Just as Izuku was about to deliver another blow, he saw that Bakugo had already lost his consciousness. He stopped. retracting his fists. His eyes fluttered, his mind felt heavy. Then, he collapsed on top of the unconscious boy. Darkness reigned on his vision. You want to be a hero. Let me in you a little secret, Deku. That won't ever happen. A piece of advice, if you want to make something out of yourself, jump from a rooftop and hope for a quirk in your next life. Then maybe you wouldn't be such a liability. Izuku's eyes shot open, as he took in the surrounding around him. He was still wrapped in the bandages that he had before he lost his consciousness. He looked at his rib, only to find that it had been fully healed. It was inconceivable. The prospect that the human body would heal that quick, it bewildered him. He removed the bandages, rushing to the exit door. He twisted the doorknob, determined to leave the patient room. He didn't belong here. He proceeded with scrutiny, looking if there were any nurses around to halt him. Where were those two weird men? I suppose I can't dwell on that for now. He was in a race for time. He knew that his mother couldn't afford something as expensive as surgery on her own. Maybe a side job would do. If so, then what kind of job could he do? No, he was just a middle schooler. No sane employers would hire him, not especially with his lack of finesse. What could he do, honestly? Analyze quirks. Who the hell would want to make a use out of that? Shit, he was so useless. Unbelievably useless. All he had ever been was a thorn in his mother's side, dragging her down, and… Fuck. Great, he cursed. As he reached the exit of the hospital, the people out there looked at him as if they were gazing on an escaped convict. Oh yes, he was still wearing his patient get-up. He needed to find new clothes. Stealing was no option, but what was he going to do? Walk all the way down to his house in this? That would be utterly embarrassing. He then walked into a nearby alleyway, his eyes peeled for any abandoned clothes. After that, maybe could look for a place to work in. But that wouldn't work in the long run. The lackluster salary, the poor work environment, such labor would only yield futile results. He might look for a last-ditch effort. Maybe he would give Auntie Mitsuki a little visit, tell him about everything that Bakugo did. Would you like for me to assist you? A voice came from behind. Izuku looked to the person, only to see a man wearing a metal brace, fog emitting out of the gaps. He was wearing a formal suit, so Izuku assumed that he was a worker here. Safe for his peculiar appearance. He narrowed his eyes, and as if that wasn't creepy enough, he was tailing after him in a secluded place. My apologies for the abruptness, but I've seen you around here and thought that maybe I should help. He said softly, but of course, only if you are willing to. If you have something that I can wear, sure, I'll take a bite. Izuku nodded. No. The man made out of fog denied, that was not the help that I offered. Izuku squinted his eyes. What kind of help then? Your mother. The man replied, I have witnessed the unfortunate events that occurred. You need her to go through surgery. But you lack the financial means to do so. I can help. Izuku looked at him for a second. So you've been watching me. Isn't that a little weird? The man chuckled a little, though that did not deter his professional exterior. Call me an opportunistic employer. I see a candidate, I take them, and I think you would make a good employee. Employer. Employer for what job, exactly? Izuku asked. The dirty kind, he replied. Can you specify? Izuku pushed, slightly demanding for answers. You would do whatever it takes to support your mother, wouldn't you? The man asked, playing symphonies into his determination. Izuku's eyes lowered into the ground, considering the offer. Then, his decision was made. He lifted his eyes off the ground. Show me. The man then extended his hand. Before that, it'd be good if we have a proper introduction. No. I'm Midoriya Izuku. The boy replied, returning the gesture, shaking the mysterious man's hand. I'm Kurogiri, of the League of Villains. League of Villains. Before he could even finish his thought, he was instantly transported into a bar of some sort. A man with a plethora of hand objects gripping at his face sat at the edge near a television. He grunted. So you're back with the prodigy brat. Prodigy brat. He's being compliant as well, Kurogiri added, for now, at least. Hey, can't believe I'm playing second fiddle to AB. Rat who can't even so much as to stand up to that worthless Pomeranian cretin. Whatever sensei's brewing for this kid, it better be worth it. Hey, Izuku held his hands up. Hold on, I'm getting A lot of information here that I have to process. First off, you're all villains. The fuck did you think we were when Kurogiri said, the dirty kind? Magical fairies. The apostles of Jesus. The blue-haired man jeered. Kurogiri sighed, I suppose I should have been a little less cryptic. False advertising. The hand-man chuckled. And sensei. Prodigy brat. What the hell is going on? Izuku inquired once more. Before the hand-man could respond, the screen of the television beside him flickered, the words, sound only, plastered in the middle of the static screen. You have retrieved the boy, I take it. Kurogiri nodded. Yes, and he is compliant. I never said. Good. Bring him here. I want to have a heart-to-heart conversation with my new accomplice. The voice said. Kurogiri gently grabbed Izuku by his left arm. Before teleporting him to where the person behind the television was. What he saw was beyond terrifying. A disfigured man sitting in a life support chair stared right back at him. He had no eyes that he could see with, but Izuku knew that he could see him. Ah, I've been eager to meet you, Midoriya Izuku. The man on the chair said. Eager? We don't even know each other. I know you. More than you can imagine. The man then gestured for Kurogiri to leave, as he complied to the request. Now, it was only Izuku and this. Whatever this man was, in a dark room located in God knows where. I made the wrong decision. Now, Izuku, you may be wondering, why the sudden approach? I'd like for an answer to that, yes. Izuku gulped. This man, whatever this man was. He knew that he was up to no good. Well, let's see. The man leaned forward. Before that, let me introduce myself. I am known by many people as, All for One. All for One. Izuku ruffled his hair. Should I add, Mr. He chuckled, I suppose not. It's unnecessary. We are allies standing on equal grounds, are we not? I haven't even agreed. You will, eventually. The circumstances that you have been plunged into. It would coerce you to make a decision that you wouldn't normally, All for One stated. Izuku then asked, what is your deal? You haven't gotten into that. Ah, yes. Yesterday. You have gotten yourself into quite the trouble. All for One asked, a small grin plastered on his face. How long has it been since you've nestled inside of that bubble of ignorance that has since worn you down? What? Izuku uttered, baffled. All for One then cleared his throat. You haven't caught up by now, haven't you? I suppose not. A child with your self-esteem wouldn't know any better. Fed up, Izuku yelled. Could you please get to the point already? Izuku was even surprised by his courage to scream that in the first place. You are not quirkless. To say that he was shocked was an understatement. No, he was contemplating the legitimacy of that claim. Not quirkless. But then again, this man had never met him. He had never seen the look on his face when the doctor revealed that he was quirkless. That he was a genetic reject, a weak link in the family, eh? I have a rough idea on what you might be thinking right now. All for One haughtily guffawed. How could this be? I'm a quirkless reject, or, we have never met before, he doesn't know any better. Izuku observed him carefully. Congratulations, seer, now explain. Such a quick-witted mouth, All for One remarked. Before moving on, you're eager to know the truth, but I don't even know about your decision. Would you please provide me with an undisputable answer? I haven't thought about it. Take a walk. I'm sure you would come to the right decision by then. All for One said, gesturing to the cameras, indicating that he wanted Izuku to be removed from his presence for now. Remember. The fate of your mother depends on your decision. Make it with discretion. A naive person would assume that it had something to do with Izuku's financial problems, but that tone. He knew that. There was an underlying threat behind those words. Hey, what does that mean? Izuku was enveloped by a fog, and in an instant, he was back in his room. Not the hospital room. His room. Izuku stood there for a second, thinking back to what All for One said about his mother's fate. He knew he had to accept that offer sooner or later, but he was no villain. All he'd ever wanted to be was a hero, for Pete's sake. But if being a villain would save his mother. He clenched his fists, twisting the doorknob, exiting his room. He looked at all of the pictures adorning the guest room. His mother, himself, and was there no one else besides him and his mother? Where was his father? He had to be there at some point. Then, he was compelled to enter the room of his mom for some reason. He walked around until he found a tape recorder sitting all the way on the edge. He crouched down, pressing play. Hey, Izuku, I know you're bound to find this at some point in the future, and if you do, well, let's just say that there's a lot that I have to say, about you in particular. You've been pushing so hard all your life, you know. My baby boy, I don't know what I would have done if you weren't there. You may be quirkless, but you're worth all the treasures in this world, maybe even more. It hurts me to see that whenever you come, you'd be in those bruises, not telling me anything, and well, I just want to say that I love you, and that if you need anything from me, don't hesitate. I have all the time in the world for you, Zuko. I love you. Okay. Please, remember that. Tears began to squeeze themselves through his eyes, breaking down, his knees faltering. He sobbed into the floor, his nail digging themselves through its sturdy materials. Mom, he hiccuped, I love you too. He held the tape recorder close to his chest. He slowly stood up, his eyes somber, yet spoke of determination. The decision was clear. He was going to save her. He was going to support her financially, no matter what it cost. His decision to become a villain was a resounding yes. A fog enveloped itself around him quickly. He was back in where he had just been. All for One's lair. I didn't think you'd make that decision that quick. All for One chuckled, very good, Midoriya. Izuku fell to his knees, his hands stretched horizontally. Come now, I didn't invite you here to kiss my bottom, All for One bemused. Though I wouldn't stop you if you insist. All for One, Izuku's voice was hoarse as he continued, I know it pains me to come to this decision, but seeing as there are no other options. Me and my mom, we are not financially stable. We had to work hard to even have a roof on our heads, and on top of that, the surgery, all of it. All for One listened intently. Izuku then lifted his head and said the words that would come to haunt him for all his days, I want you to hear my plea, save my mom, and my life is yours. And his fate was sealed. Agony. That was all that he felt when the chains were seared into the tissue of his skin, scorching it, carving the skin deep enough to leave a permanent mark. Izuku shrieked, his eyes dilated as he tried to contain the pain. Izuku fell into the ground. The mark of the chains etched into his very skin, the sensation was excruciating. Smoke rose upwardly from his charred wrists, as he beckoned himself to stand to his feet. The chains loosened themselves, hitting the ground. The men took the chains away, leaving Izuku to tend to himself with his newly acquired scar. All for One then gestured for him to stand up. Take this, he said as he handed Izuku over a bandage. He wrapped it around his wrists, feeling the sting as the tender fabric touched the marred tissue. Izuku struggled to stand up, his feet faltering as he attempted to push even further. The pain jolted throughout every single one of his nerves. Was that necessary? Believe it or not, it's crucial. I have something in mind that would be useful in your future endeavors, All for One explained. The chain that bound you integrated nanoparticles that would let you use one of our most prized treasures, though I wouldn't want to spoil that one for you just yet. Izuku simply nodded, not intending to press into the matter even further. Looking at the charred skin of his wrist, he said, what if anyone sees me in this condition when I go home? Who said anything about going home? All for One asked. Izuku's eyes widened. Though, a part of him saw this coming from a mile, another part of him had expected for the villain to be a little generous to him. But perhaps not. He didn't want to leave his mom to rot all by herself. But if All for One is willing to follow through with his words, then maybe he could at least have the treatment costs covered for her. Operating in the shadows takes precedence over your sense of belonging, Midoriya. Going home would only blow your cover away, and by extension, ours. All for One leaned forward. Glaring into the boy's eyes, fidelity is required in this field, Midoriya. Don't you forget that. Then where am I staying? You can't exactly leave me stranded on the streets. Izuku asked. Oh, dear Izuku. Abandon you on the streets. Your living space has been arranged. Of that, I can assure you. All for One then motioned at the cameras, as a fog enveloped the boy, transporting him back to the bar. The hand man greeted him with much animosity, though he didn't speak a word. It went well, I take it? Kurogiri asked, placing his hand softly on the boy's shoulder. But he was unresponsive. His mind trailed off elsewhere. Kurogiri's expression was unreadable. It was unclear whether he was put off by the silent treatment or if he was just simply being stoic. He shifted closer to the boy. Don't worry. I will take care of you. For the time being, of course, until you are ready. Izuku's mind snapped back into place as he heard the voice. It was familiar, as if it came from a time in the past. He looked at Kurogiri, before asking, do we know each other? Kurogiri was idle for a moment, then, he answered, I'm afraid you are mistaken, Midoriya. Izuku stared at him for a moment, before exhaling. Maybe my mind's just getting a bit crowded right now. Which is why you need a resting place to clear them off for a little while. Kurogiri summoned a fog that transported them to the hotel room. Much to the boy's confusion. Izuku raised his brow as he spoke, aren't we supposed to go to the receptionist desk first, though? We've already booked the room for you. No need to worry. Kurogiri tossed the key to the desk besides the bed. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call this number. He placed a piece of paper containing a phone number on the desk. Wait, Izuku called out after the man before he could go, when will I hear from you again? There are things that I need to discuss with your boss before we take things further. No need to worry. At exactly 9 o'clock, I will be here to take you to the boss. Make sure to sleep early in order to avoid yourself from oversleeping. I wouldn't want you to get in the boss's bad side. Make sure to shower and eat your breakfast properly, lest. Okay. Izuku chuckled a little at the man's excessive display of concern towards him. You're being a bit too much, Kurogiri-san. I am merely looking out for you. Kurogiri said in a soft tone. Izuku nodded with a smile. The gesture was nice, but he didn't know if it came off genuine, or if it was just a mask that he put on in order to make him at ease. At least, for a little while, he decided to brush the thoughts off, waving at Kurogiri as the fog enveloped him. He threw himself into the bed, not even bothering to go to the shower to clean after himself. He was too tired. Maybe he'd do it tomorrow, though he felt a little gross. He looked at the ceiling, then to the blank screen of the television, as the reflection of himself stared right back at him. His skin was pale, paler than it had ever been. He only had noticed it just now. Izuku rubbed the skin of his face. That's odd. He decided to pay it no further heed. He leaned against the tender pillow, resting his weary head against it. One question remained in his head. Did he make the right choice? Yagi couldn't get the thought of that boy out of his head. That dejected face of his. The desperation that etched into his voice, he wanted to soothe it. But he wasn't the best at consoling people. I know that look, Detective Tsukauchi interjected. We both know that this is a situation out of anyone's control. I didn't think it would manifest that fast, Yagi sighed, though I suppose I would have the chance to rectify that once the boy comes to. You did what you had to. Did I? Or was I just desperate? Yagi clenched his fists. I knew of the consequences, but I still followed through with it. You're nearing your limit, Toshinori. Anyone in your place would be desperate. Tsukauchi put his hand on Yagi's shoulder. Don't punish yourself over this. Yagi closed his eyes, before sighing, I just hope that boy will forgive me in due time. You know, once I reveal the painful truth to him, he will. Eventually. He'll come around. Tsukauchi smiled. But then, his phone rang. He answered it, then. Tsukauchi. Yagi called, shaking the idle detective. Tsukauchi, what's going on? What happened? Tsukauchi. Tsukauchi slowly tilted his head towards Yagi. Midoriya is missing. Izuku's eyes shot open as the sun's rays gushed through the curtain. Though obscured, the heat of the sun reverberated ever so intensely through his body. He stretched his hands forward, feeling his bones crack as his muscles contracted themselves. He moved to the edge as his feet dangled. He needed to take a shower. He checked the time, only to see that there was but an hour left until Kurogiri arrives. He quickly rushed to the bathroom, taking a shower. As he wrapped the towel around his waist, he toggled his previous clothes into the nail piercing the wall near the door. He then realized something. His bandages were nowhere to be seen. Did he lose it when he was taking a shower? He rushed back to the bathroom, only to find nothing. Damn it, where did I leave that thing? He couldn't be seen walking around with the chain marks around his wrists. That would only arouse suspicion. As he donned the casual clothing on himself, he searched around the room for the bandages. It was futile. He didn't remember where he put it last. Suddenly, a warp gate opened in front of him. Kurogiri emerged out of it. Midoriya. I apologize for coming in earlier than expected, but the boss seems to be insistent on meeting you right now. Wait, just wait. I need to find my bandages first. Izuku said, trying to look for it behind the blanket. That can wait. Kurogiri firmly gripped the boy's shoulder. All for One wants to see you immediately. Izuku looked at him. Before nodding, I suppose I can't convince you otherwise. My apologies. I suppose I'll make it up to you by making you your breakfast. Izuku couldn't see it, but he was pretty sure that Kurogiri was smiling behind all those fogs. And, naturally, he smiled back, thanks. Then, at a moment's notice, Izuku was back to that dreadful place. The place All for One called his lair. He was still sitting on that chair, injected with various cables, his upper skin deformed. Midoriya Izuku, the villain said delightfully. All for One, Izuku uttered back, if you don't mind. There are a few things that I want to discuss. Shish, your discussion comes later. All for One cut through his words, his insidious tone cutting through whatever bravery Izuku had mustered earlier. Ah, I see. I'm sorry. Sir, Izuku tried to maintain his composure as best as he could. What did you want to discuss, sir? All for One then began, it has come to my attention that you are not fit to be called an accomplice of mine. Izuku was about to protest, but All for One lifted his hand up, not until you fulfill some of the required qualifications. Qualifications? That morality of yours. It still lingers on your mind like a sucking parasite. All for One leaned forward, I wish to purge you of it. I don't. All for One interrupted him when he threw a pair of blades and its chains into the ground. First things first, wrap those chains around your wrist, then we'll talk business. Izuku looked at the blades. Fierce as it was, it still maintained its aesthetic appeal. From the elongated skull carved into the dip of the blade, to the strong brown ink stamped on its handle. The edge of the blade was surprisingly large, covering about a hefty percent of the object's overall size. The design was exquisite, though he couldn't help but think of the dreary nature behind this object, of the malevolent purpose that it was made for. Blades. They are meant to kill. To instill suffering into others. Then was he. All for One. Izuku uttered in horror, are you insinuating that I should? All for One was silent for a moment, before nodding, or at least, learn how to live with it. I suppose. To be indifferent to the suffering you may inflict on others in your servitude towards our cause. Now Izuku was ready to back out. Sure, being a villain might be at odds with his moral compass. But he didn't think that it would reach this point. But why did he expect for it to be that way anyway? Was he a fool? I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have. I can't. Izuku said. If this is the price that I have to pay, then I won't follow. All for One chuckled, why not? I'm not a killer. I will help you reach whatever goals you might have, but you're no making me touch even an inch of that damned blade. Izuku screamed. All for One gripped the edge of the seat. Oh, Midoriya, poor hatchling, did I make it sound like you have a choice in the matter? I have a choice. I'm sure your mother's well-being would beg to differ. All for One's tone came stern and threatening. His gaze pierced through Izuku, wavering whatever defiant nature he might have, would it? He asked one last time to emphasize. Izuku's resolve faltered. He couldn't resist. Not with the life of his mother on the line. Even if he quit and found another line of work that he could use to support his mother. All for One would still come after her. He would do unimaginable things to her. He couldn't let that happen. He shouldn't have accepted in the first place. What was I thinking? What was I fucking thinking? I could have asked those two strange men for help. Why? I can sense your indignation, you know, All for One mused, good. Just a few steps closer to achieving your true self. Izuku clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face. The prospect of him killing. Mom, look at All Might. He's so cool. I want to be just like him one day, you know. Can I be a hero like him someday? Can I? I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. Izuku struck the ground with his fist, creating a large dent. He wanted to be a hero. But this decision of his foolish impulsive nature. I can let you off the hook for now. You don't need to wrap that chain immediately. All for One offered. Just let me see Mom, Izuku said with a raspy voice, tears still trickling down his cheeks. For one last time, All for One nodded as he gestured towards the camera. A warp gate transported him into the room where his mom was in. The room was empty safe for her. He approached her, his eyes yearning for her to wake up, to come to his side, to soothe the volatile emotions that were raging inside him. He fell to his knees, wrapping his fingers around her limp hand. Mom. He clung to her arm like she was going to disappear if he let go of her. The sorrow was pungent. The regret was eating away at him. He was put in a situation where he couldn't bail. There was no way out. What am I going to do? He muttered to himself, gripping the fabric of the bed. Should he give in? Accept the unfortunate predicament that he was in? Waste his innocence away? Relinquish himself in the potential bloodshed that he would inevitably involve himself in? He looked at his mother, and thought about how she wouldn't approve of this decision. How she would come to resent him for ruining her image of the perfect son that she thought she always had. But he was far from being able to live up to that image at all. He was a fool, he muttered to himself, blinking his tears away. He stood up. As he said to his mother, "Goodbye, Mom, I'm sorry." He caressed her hair, kissing her on the forehead, before moving to the edge of the room. A warp gate enveloped him, as he was put back into the accursed place that he had come to detest. "I assume that your decision is clear?" All for One inquired, his eyes leering curiously, "or do you need more time?" Without responding, Izuku wrapped the chains around his wrist, feeling its incense scorching his skin as the excruciating pain jolted across his nerves. It was injecting itself into his skin, as if it was being pulled inside. "Right. The nanoparticles. I see." All for One chuckled. As Izuku lifted the blades attached to the chains that were wrapped around the wrists, he felt his body stir. As if a surge of energy bursted itself out of it. Flames consumed the blades, blazing outwardly. With a delightful chuckle, All for One, "From now on, you are Midoriya Izuku no longer. Henceforth, you will be known as." Izuku closed his eyes, seemingly accepting his fate. Kratos. Izuku let his arms twirl the blades around in the air, creating a trail of flame as the weight pulled him forward. The immense weight of the weapons caused him to fall into the ground along with the blades. He noticed that the blades were on their way to impale him. Shit. But before the blades could even touch him, a warp gate intercepted its path, causing it to fall into the other side of the room. Izuku tilted his head to see Kurogiri. Holy shit, he had almost died. "Sorry, I just can't get it right. The weight. I had to readjust my footing, and..." "No need for apologies," Kurogiri lifted his hand up. "After all, baby steps, remember. Nobody can be good at anything right off the bat, you included." Izuku clenched his fists, sweat draping loosely from the tip of his nose. "I can't do this." "Of course you can. We have plenty of Tim." "No, that's not what I meant." Izuku gripped the concrete below him. "I can't do this." Midoriya, we have discussed this. I know. Izuku said, standing up, "But I just can't. I know I have to, but I can't. I can't." Kurogiri remained silent, watching Izuku earnestly. He approached him, crouching to meet his eye level. "Izuku." Izuku tilted his head to meet the villain's gaze, or the lack thereof. It was hard to read his expression, but the gesture he carried. It was tender, loving, and caring. "Why? I can't." Izuku repeated again, I made the wrong choice. Had you not appeared out of the blue and deceived me." "I'm sorry," Kurogiri interrupted. "But I had no choice." "What do you mean you had no choice?" Izuku sobbed, "I'm just a kid. You can't just rope me into something that I want no part of." He yelled again, the despair in his tone surfacing itself. Kurogiri was about to speak again, but something prevented him. It wasn't personal turmoil, or anything of the like. His head was throbbing. He collapsed into the ground, the sensation in his head causing him to writhe. Izuku gasped, coming to his aid, "Kurogiri. Kurogiri. What's wrong?" The pain in his head began to cease, as he regained his composure. It's fine, I had a relapse. It's normal. Is it? Shouldn't we?" The door to the training room opened before he could finish his sentence. It was the hand man from before. He had barred Ed into the room with a strange man that Izuku hadn't seen before, at least, in his time in the bar. With an annoyed grunt, the hand man threw the other man into the ground. "Finish him." "I don't care." "What?" Izuku asked. "Did I stutter?" Finish him. The hand man replied, crossing his arms, if you don't have what it takes to be sensei's accomplice, then I'll finish you myself. Kurogiri interjected, standing up to his feet. I'm not sure if the boss will appreciate that, Shigaraki. Sensei is wasting his precious time with this brat, Shigaraki countered, though I'm willing to see how things will unfold with him. Okay. First off, who is he? Izuku pointed at the whimpering man on the ground, and what do you mean, finish him? Sensei really didn't tell you to follow orders first, and question later. But I suppose I should humor you a little, Shigaraki chuckled, as he began, he's just some random NPC that I found on the streets. And by, finish him, I mean, kill him. Izuku was shocked by that last part. That soon already? No, please, don't. I can't die here, the man pleaded. Though Shigaraki wasn't bothered, neither was Kurogiri. Izuku on the other hand. Izuku couldn't ignore the desperation latching onto that man's tone. He looked at him in the eyes, seeing the palpable fear them. He couldn't. Oh, come off it already. It's just one man. Fucking kill him already. Shigaraki cut through his thoughts. But why? Oi, didn't you ask 2 questions already? 2's the limit. Can't ask more. Now, if you don't take the blades and drive those through that man's revolting throat, I might have to take them myself and kill you both with it. Shigaraki threatened, slipping his hands through his pocket. Izuku's hands quivered. He relented to pick those wretched blades from the ground. He picked them nonetheless. He slowly approached the man, who in response, cowered in fear. Please, no. Izuku closed his eyes, tilting his head towards Shigaraki, please. I'm not ready yet. Sensei seems to think otherwise. Shigaraki retorted, and you don't want to get on his bad side, brat, trust me. Now gain your XP and be done with it. I don't have all day. Perhaps, Kurogiri tried to compromise. But Shigaraki wasn't on board. Shut your mouth. You only function as a fast travel mechanic, not a chatterbox. Sit back like the good dog you are. Kurogiri didn't flinch from the verbal jab. Shigaraki then turned his attention back to the boy, kill him. Izuku's hands shook as he heard the command again. He advanced further, giving the man in plight an apologetic look. But that hardly helped. The man crawled on his back, tears squeezing themselves out of his eyes, please. Then, a voice rang in the air, interjecting the situation, Midoriya. Forgive me. Shigaraki can be hard-headed at times. He didn't even consult me first before putting you through this. Quote. Izuku stopped right in his tracks. He closed his eyes. As he tilted his head towards wherever the source of the voice might be, did you put him up to this? Hardly true, All for One denied through the speaker, but since we're here, you might as well finish the job. Quote. No. Izuku's answer came profound, I won't do it. You're in no position to refuse, Midoriya. But since I'm generous enough to let your defiant nature slide, allow me to weaken the blow. That man you see in front of you is depraved. A predator unlike any other. All for One clarified. Izuku scrutinized the bold statement, can you elaborate? I believe that you are well acquainted with the beasts alike to this man. All for One's voice grew even more sinister as he continued, a man who separates the popular from the lame. Who discriminates, and in turn, NFLICT affliction to those who he deems as inferior. Quote. But he's still a human. Don't give me that half-witted excuse. A predator is still a predator regardless if they're a human or not. Taking air lives would only make this world a better place. Quote. Izuku's legs were locked in place. It refused to advance even further to the man. But he would find his resolve to be tested as the villain spoke even further. Imagine the despair that you would prevent from happening if you put an end to this man's life. How many quirkless people would remain in their blissful lives, without so much as an obstacle or a hurdle to prevent them from achieving their life goals? You don't want them to face the same things as you did, do you? To be cast aside like a withering garbage. Izuku looked at the man even longer. An intrusive image came to his mind. The image of that primal rage, that discriminative nature, and that damned Pomeranian hair. Alone, Izuku's legs began to move on its own. Battered, he gritted his teeth. The man attempted to scurry his way from the boy's unbridled rage, but he was too injured to do so. Betrayed, The flames on his blades began to lit up, threatening to scorch the floor. Shunned. Izuku stopped when he was close enough to the cowering man. He lifted his blades, feeling every urge to drive them through this man's chest. Unwanted. Izuku was ready to plunge the blade into the man's chest. He couldn't. Izuku dropped to his knees, his grip loosening on the blades as they plummeted into the ground. He let out a choked noise as he buried his face into the ground. Sobbing vehemently. Shigaraki was about to disintegrate the boy into pieces, but Kurogiri stood in his way. While I may respect you, you will not take a step closer to the boy. What's with the protective gesture? Kurogiri. Don't tell me you've gotten attached to this little twerp. Shigaraki snarled. Kurogiri took a step closer. Don't test me. They stared at each other for a while. But all for one cut through their staring contest. Leave it be, Shigaraki. Quote. Why? That brat refused to follow orders, so he made a progress. All for one said. Progress. Wah. Insignificant as it may be, the boy almost killed that man. We all have to start somewhere. Wasn't that the case with you as well? All for one inquired, putting Shigaraki to a stop. He stood there for a while. Before sighing in resignation, fine. He barged out of the door, slamming it violently. All that's left are the cowering man, Midoriya, and Kurogiri. Kurogiri approached the man, dragging him to his feet. You are free to leave. I am. A are you being Ray? Kurogiri warped him away before he could even finish. He looked at Midoriya on the floor. He approached him, as he gently wrapped his arms around the weeping boy. Shish. I can't. Izuku wailed, holding onto Kurogiri's arms. I can't. Why? Why did you bring me here? Kurogiri didn't answer. Truth to be told, he didn't know the answer himself. All he knew was that he had to do what the boss told him to do. That's all the principle that he lived by all these years, to comply to the orders of the one who's in charge. I'm sorry, Midoriya. That was all the words that he could muster. He scoffed internally at his incompetence. Of all the boys they had to pick the most innocent. Whatever reasons all for one might had, it certainly doesn't justify. Justify. He found it amusing for him to think of such a word, given his current position. All he could do was to console the boy until he's back on track. But, how long was he going to keep this up? How long was it until the boy revolted against them, and potentially get himself killed in the process? No matter. When that time comes, I will protect you. The blades twirled with the movements of his fingers and the chains, flames surging into every direction as it gyrated in the air. His muscles contracted as the momentum depleted. He ended the frenzy by slamming the blades into the floor, marking their permanent carve into it. Izuku felt the sweat draping loosely from the forehead. His biceps throbbed with a feeling of extreme soreness. The boy exhaled the hot air from his nostrils, gripping the blades as tight as ever. Rage. His quirk had a connection to rage. He suspected as much, given the amount of boost in his strength whenever he felt the emotion, and the fact that he was able to spin the blades around on its own is an indisputable proof of its existence. However, he didn't know of its extensive details. That was up to all for one to decide, which he hadn't yet. All he knew was that it had a connection of some sort to the chained blades in his hands. But why hadn't he been made aware of this quirk when he was a toddler? It would have saved him a lot of trouble, and certainly, he wouldn't be stuck in this circumstance in the first place. And what was so special about him? Why did they choose him? Of all the people that they could have taken under their wing, they chose him. He suspected that it had something to do with the chained blades. He hung the blades on his back, feeling the fatigue getting to him. He slumped into the ground, leaning his head against the concrete. Izuku still couldn't get the image of that man out of his head. How he pleaded. How he almost killed him. Izuku wanted out, but he knew that there was no escape. It would only end with an outcome that he was no eager to accept. The boy had been thrusted into a world that he had no experience in. It would potentially cost him everything. As Izuku pondered on the thought longer than he had expected, the door to the room creaked, slowly creeping forward as a newcomer began to make himself known. The boy turned away, looking at anything but the man standing in front of the door. Kurogiri steadily approached Izuku. Have you eaten? The inquiry, however, was met with a gratuitous silence. Izuku didn't utter a word. The greenette's eyes lurched to the side, finally meeting the man's soft gaze. "Midoriya," Kurogiri said one more time, crouching to meet the boy's eye level, "have you eaten?" "What do you care?" Izuku asked, his grip on the blades loosening, "just get on with it." Kurogiri stared at the dejected boy momentarily, before exhaling. "Your mom is safe and sound, though she is still in a comatose state. I wouldn't expect her to wake up until a few months or so, according to the doctor's assessment." Izuku nodded, keeping his gaze on the stranded blades on the ground. "Mind if you leave now? There are other matters that I need to discuss with you. Particularly, one that involves the UA faculty." Izuku's eyes widened at that. The UA faculty? What could they possibly want? "You want me to slip in through their security, act as a spy or something?" Izuku asked, his eyes gaining their flare. Kurogiri sighed, "Yes. You have applied to partake in the upcoming exams in a few months' time, yes. I did. Not like it matters now, especially with the current predicament that I'm in right now. It does matter. I'm working on an ID card forgery, to be exact, so you can apply again under a new identity." "A forged identity?" Izuku raised his brow. "What does it entail, exactly?" Kurogiri then replied, "Your quirk, your new identity, your new address, so on and so forth." Izuku's eyes had a glint of curiosity, as he pressed on the matter even further. "About that, what is my quirk, precisely? I have a rough idea on how it works, but the extensive details, I need to know. Everything will be revealed in due time, Midoriya. However, I cannot disclose that information at this point of time." Kurogiri stood up. The boy's face contorted. "Why not? You seemed eager to help me. So why not help when it actually matters? It's important to me, and you know it. Midoriya." All right, you don't want to spill the beans, I get it," Izuku dismissively said. Leaning against the uncomfortable concrete walls, "So the gist of this task is basically to infiltrate a school, gather information, go home, come back tomorrow, rinse and repeat, right?" "Yes. Under the pretense that you're someone else. Seeing how everyone is still on the lookout for you. Great. I don't even know if I'm able to act like I'm not myself. Does it involve?" Izuku trailed off, his words tweaking back and forth, attempting to utter the word, "murder." "No. At least, not yet. You are to remain covert until an appointed time. Which is indefinite," Kurogiri replied. Izuku frowned. "That doesn't sound good." Quote. Kurogiri grasped the boy's shoulder gently. "When that time comes, the boss will see to it that you're ready." Izuku exhaled the air from his mouth, a smidge of uncertainty entering his tone as he said, "I don't think that'll ever happen. That's not who I am. I won't ever be ready. Not now. Not ever. I don't mean to plunder your morale, given the situation that you've been put into. You don't have a lot of options in the matter. I suggest you." Kurogiri couldn't finish the sentence. After a long while of silence, he sighed, before continuing. "Don't do anything foolish. That is all I have to say." Izuku scowled. "But what if I'm in the mood to be foolish?" Kurogiri's voice came out stern. "Then I'll be there to make sure that it doesn't happen." "Is that a threat?" Quote. "Depends on how you take it," Kurogiri retorted. "I take it as a threat. Then be that as it may." Kurogiri then stood up. "You may continue on your training for now." Turning his back, Kurogiri went to the exit door without further words. "Wait." Kurogiri stopped, tilting his head slightly to meet the boy's gaze. His desperate glare. "Why you have to do something, anything elaborate?" Kurogiri simply said. "You're his right-hand man, right? You have to convince him to let all of this go, to let me go back to my life. I was wrong. I can't do this. I'll be a liability. If anything, Midoriya," Kurogiri interrupted, his voice carrying the full weight of melancholy. "If there's anything that you should know about the boss, it's he isn't as easily swayed by measly words as you think he is." "But I can't, Midoriya." There was a twinge of pain coursing through his head, but he paid no attention to it as he continued. "There is no way out. The only thing that's left for you to do, is to delve deeper." "Kurogiri," Izuku implored, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. He twisted the doorknob, revealing the light ahead. "Kurogiri, please." But the door between them both was slammed shut. Kurogiri was no longer there. The only source of illumination in the room was the blazing fire emitted by the pair of blades placed in front of him. The soil below was incinerated to its last atom, the dust flailing aimlessly in the vacant, cold air. Izuku took the blades in his hands, tightening his grip on it as he stood up. No way out. The only path to take is through. As the light entered his eyes, Bakugo felt the strain on his body as he attempted to get himself up from the bed. There was a pang of discomfort in his head. He rubbed it as if it would ease the pain. Concussion. That's what the doctor told him right before he passed out again. He could feel the bandages wrapping themselves tightly around his head. Fuck. I'd kill to get out of this shitty hospital. But then, the door to the patient room was opened. Bakugo seldom recognized the woman approaching him. Old hag. Bakugo said in a raspy voice, nice of you to visit. Oh boy. I've got a lot of baggage to unload on you. Mitsuki approached Bakugo, the animosity was apparent on her face. The fuck were you thinking? You might want to elaborate on that one, old hag. Bakugo said. Not only did you put Inko in that pitiful fucking state, but I heard that you've been bullying Izuku all this time. Really? Your own goddamn friend. Mitsuki's voice began to rise. I thought we were like their second family. But you've gone and ruined that for the both of us. Bakugo remained silent. Katsuki, what is going on inside that thick-headed skull of yours? Come on, let's talk. I want to know just exactly what compelled you to do that. Didn't I raise you well? Mitsuki asked, her voice becoming hoarse. Bakugo breathed in and out, before answering, I wasn't thinking straight. No shit you weren't. But really, you've broken 3 laws, and a couple of others if we take your past exploits with Izuku into account. You're lucky that Japan has a child protection law. Otherwise you'd be rotting in jail right now. Mitsuki then leaned forward, you wanna know what the worst part is? Bakugo's brow raised. Izuku is missing. No one's gotten a whiff of his current whereabouts for the past few days. Bakugo's face grew pale as he heard that, what? Seeing this, 4 laws are already broken. 4 laws. Bakugo clenched his fists, what do you mean 4? Aggravated assault, grievous bodily harm, illegal quirk use, incitement of suicide. Ringing any bells? Especially the last part. Mitsuki grimaced. If you want to make something out of yourself, jump from a rooftop and hope for a quirk in your next life. Then maybe you wouldn't be such a liability. Mitsuki's breath hitched, her expression contorted as she looked for any sort of confirmation on her son's face. You're lucky that you're being strapped to that piece of shit, otherwise I would have given you the beating of a lifetime. How are you even sure that he pulled through with the… Bakugo came to a halt, trying to find the right word to describe it, suggestion. Quote, oh I don't know, maybe the fact that you pushed him down the drain, made him feel isolated, unwanted. You were his only friend. Everyone ostracized him. Even before he was diagnosed, everyone treated him like the weak link in the chain. Mitsuki kept going on, but she noticed the look on Bakugo's face. She relented, closing her eyes, exhaling all of her frustration instead. Her expression softened as she sat beside the Pomeranian boy. They're going to put you in a juvenile's jail for a few months after you recover. Mitsuki broke the news to him. Bakugo's expression was unreadable. After that, I don't know what I'm gonna do with you. I really don't. Mitsuki's tone faltered, her eyes wet with terror. You almost killed my best friend. You, my very own son. I feel like all of this was my fault somehow. No, Bakugo tried to reassure. It's my fault for not setting a good example for you. Mitsuki interrupted, for believing that you had the conscience to do what's right, to not do this. Quote, Bakugo couldn't muster the words to convince his mother otherwise. All he could do was watch helplessly as his mother sunk into the void of self-blame. Mitsuki stood up, as she walked toward the exit door. But before she could do so, Bakugo called after her, Mom. Her eyes widened. She tilted her head to meet his apologetic gaze, waiting for him to continue. I'm sorry. Bakugo simply said. Mitsuki's eyes were fixated on Bakugo's own, searching for any sign of deceit in him, only to find none. She blinked the tears away, before exiting the room without a word. Being confined to a bar full of unhinged villains wasn't the kind of life that he'd expected to lead. It's been a while since he last felt the liberating, shady air of the outside world. With the chains, and the green marks carved into the area near his eyes, Izuku couldn't be exactly seen in the outside world, lest they caught him. Sure, That would have been the best of options, but his mother. He decided to brush the thoughts off, leaning forward to the table in front of him. The blades were still dangling on his back. Shigaraki was sitting 2 seats away from him. He was pretty sure that the man was planning to end him any time now. Brat, Shigaraki turned his head over to meet Izuku's gaze, the marks growing on ya. Izuku raised his brow, I'm not sure. The marks on your eyes, daft moron, Shigaraki clarified, pointing at his eyes, I didn't know sensei was good at sculpting tattoos. It isn't a tattoo, Izuku replied. At least, to my knowledge. Unless some of you thought it was funny to carve a tattoo on my eyes in my sleep. Odd. I thought he did that to mark you as one of his distinctive properties. I am not. A property. Yes, brat, I heard you loud and clear, Shigaraki said scornfully, before returning to the topic at hand. So, that mark appeared out of the blue, then. Maybe it has something to do with my quirk. Ah yes. That ominous, mystifying quirk of yours. Must have been rough, being ridiculed all your life only to find out that you have a quirk under your nose the whole time. Shigaraki remarked. Where is this going, exactly? Izuku asked. Even he was surprised at his courage to talk back. Shigaraki stared at him for a moment, before saying, just trying to make a conversation. I thought you hated me. Yes, and I still do. I'm stuck with you, though. Unfortunately, Shigaraki bluntly stated, Kurogiri's usually the one I talk to. Where even is he? How the fuck should I know? Shigaraki replied, scratching his wrist uncontrollably, Sensei keeps telling me that I'm not ready, that I'm not adequately prepared to assume my position as a leader. What does that even fucking mean? Kurogiri should be listening to me. And to top it all off, he took you as his second accomplice. Where does this put me, then? Izuku kept his lips shut, not knowing what to say. Shigaraki stood up, kicking the chair that he was sitting on. He stomped forward, marching his way toward Izuku. Shigaraki. The villain grabbed him by his collar. Now. I'm just reminded of how much I detest you. Because I asked you a relatively harmless question. Izuku barked back, putting up a defiant act. You think you can barge here, take my place, win over Sensei's heart, and... Shigaraki tightened his grip around Midoriya. Wrapping his fingers around the boy's neck as his nails began to dug themselves into his skin. You have no right. You hear me? You have no right to deprive me of my rightful place. I am the leader of the League of Villains, not you. You are nothing but an interloper. Cease from this foolishness, Shigaraki. The door opened, as Kurogiri rushed to Izuku's aid. He pushed Shigaraki away from the boy. So you're on his side now, aren't you, Kurogiri? Shigaraki scowled, getting back to his feet. He is but an invaluable asset to our cause. To tamper around with him is to jeopardize our cause. Believe it or not, the boss had planned everything from the start. Disrupt it, and you will know the repercussions that would follow. Izuku clenched his jaw, his body trembling. Invaluable asset. Kurogiri came to a halt, his eyes shifting to Izuku, realizing what he had just said. I thought. Tears began to course down the boy's delicate cheeks. I thought. You thought what? That this empty shell of a human being saw you as something more than a tool. Shigaraki spat. Midoriya, but Kurogiri's attempt to console him was in vain. The bullet had already pierced through the boy. Without even thinking, Izuku's feet moved on its own, bursting out of the exit door, much to the villain's dismay. Both of them was going to chase after the greenette. But a voice came out of the television, let him be. Quote, what? Both of the villains questioned in unison. Abandoning his position as one of us is out of the question for a lot of reasons. Let him clear his mind. All for one said through the speaker, however, Kurogiri, you are still to remain vigilant. Keep an eye on him. He is bound to do something stupid sooner or later. Kurogiri nodded. Right away, he then warped himself out of there, disappearing without a trace. Now it's just Shigaraki. Shigaraki, All for One spoke in a stern voice, that was foolish on your part. Behave yourself next time. Quote, Sensei, you're replacing me, aren't you? Am I not good enough? I did everything as you asked. I tried to learn from you, but it's mis to me that you're tossing me away like a used. Shigaraki stopped himself from finishing his sentence. He sighed, conceding, I will behave. Good. You still have much to learn. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment, Shigaraki. All for one simply said, before the signal was lost. Shigaraki scratched the rear side of his neck vigorously. Damn him. Damn that kid. I'll fucking disintegrate him one day. Just you watch. The sunlight dwindled as the turbulent sky roared. Thunder sprang from the very thin layers of the clouds, rippling the air. Droplets of water hit the dry floor, as every pedestrians walking the streets scurried themselves to shelter. Well, all except for Izuku. The rain did not extinguish the flame raging broadly from the blades. He didn't know where he was, but he was sure that wherever he was, it wasn't Mustafu. They brought him elsewhere. Izuku sheathed the blades from his back. He stared at them for a while, his gaze lingered on the splendorous yet dreary sight of the weapons. He closed his eyes, letting the cold, enrapturing wind to blow against his skin, guiding him in what decisions he should make next. He couldn't ditch them, not with what was at stake. He put them on his back, hunching a little to let the blades settle. The droplets of water soaked him whole. He felt his clothes tighten against his skin. He decided to put them off, throwing them into the nearest dumpster. He hadn't realized how his skin had gotten paler ever since his first enrollment as a villain. And the green marks, they were growing, extending from only his eyes to his back. Was this an attempt to give him a permanent reminder that he was to maintain his fidelity to the League for the remainder of his life? The marks, the pale skin, the chains permanently carved into his wrist. Then, his train of thoughts were cut short when a group of delinquents approached him from behind. He steadily moved his gaze to them. One of them stretched their hand forward. Give us whatever you have in that pocket of yours if you know what's good for you. Izuku took a step back, holding both of his hands in front of him, conceding, guys, I really don't have anything on me. Really. What about those blades on your back? A delinquent with a spiked hair remarked, pointing at his blades, we could sell them for a nifty price. Hand them over. As much as he loved to get rid of the blades, he couldn't just toss them aside and expect that everything would go smoothly. Not with the pair of eyes that were possibly watching him from the shadows. The blades. They were a perpetual reminder of his allegiance to the League. What's with the hold up, you swine? I told you to hand them over. The delinquent urged, advancing forward with a red glint blaring on his eyes. Izuku took a step back. Gnashing his teeth, he beckoned himself to flee, but something prevented him from doing so. Something deep inside of him, dormant, waiting to be unleashed. Kill, 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 no. Izuku let out a scream defiantly, as he turned his body around to flee. The delinquents began to make their move, chasing after the downtrodden boy. Bailing out now, aren't we? One of them remarked. Stay away from me, please. Izuku desperately tried to drive them away. But the delinquents were persistent. Izuku sprinted across the zebra cross, not paying attention to the busy traffic. He jumped at the last second before a vehicle could even hit him, landing on the other side of the road just in time. He scurried himself across the sidewalk, while the delinquents followed after him from the other side, unable to swiftly cross the street due to the busy traffic. Izuku slipped across the wet floor, trying to maneuver himself to take the right turn. However, this time, the delinquents used the lampposts as the means to catch up to him, using the momentum to jump from one into another. One of them intercepted his path, got nowhere to run now, greenie. Izuku was about to turn back, but was interrupted by another delinquent. You thought you were slick, didn't you? Izuku clenched his jaw, taking a step backwards. 4 of the delinquents circled around him, closing in as they jeered at him. Now, about those blades. I can't hand them over. Why not? One of the delinquents smirked. With the way you dress yourself, no doubt that the blades weren't yours to begin with anyway. You look too much like a vagrant to be able to afford something as luxurious as those. It was given to me by someone that you don't want to cross. Izuku said, trying to sound threatening. Please go away. Please go away. Please go away. Please go. Oh, scary. Why don't you run along and call these mysterious boogeymen to tell us that themselves? Kill. Zuku shivered at the thought of what he was possibly going to do. He needed to run. Far. Kill. The spike-haired delinquent gripped Izuku by his shoulder, forcing him to his knees. Not gonna do that. Oh well. I'm calling dibs on those blades, then. Kill. The delinquent tried to take the blades forcibly, but found his hand to be slapped away. Izuku pushed against the weight of the delinquent. Don't touch them. Kill them all. What if I want to tilde? The spike-haired kid teased, leaning forward as he smirked. Want to call ol' mommy to come to your rescue? By all means, please, do go ahead. Be warned though, I won't be responsible for whatever would happen to her if you did. Izuku hissed, his hands trembling as he took in the verbal jab at his mother. Kill. 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 Would you look at that? He's gotten a bit feisty. Quite the mommy's boy, aren't you? The delinquent scornfully mocked him, earning the laugh of his peers. But seriously, the fun's over. I'm all out of patience here. So why don't you comply? And before he could finish his sentence, his neck was on the receiving end of something sharp. Blood profusely gushed out of the large gap, as he felt the life sucked out of him. The delinquent collapsed into the floor, sinking into his own rivulet of blood. The other delinquents was shocked to see what once was their leader laying on the ground, dead. Why you killed? He wasn't given the opportunity to relinquish his fright as the blades pierced through his torso, slicing him in half. Each of his body parts fell into the ground, blood sprinkling upwards like a fountain. The two remaining delinquents stood their ground, each manifesting their quirks. Both of them had the same type of quirk, transformation. It apparently let them transform into another creature, with their upper bodies retaining their previous form, while their lower parts morphing into something entirely different. Something like a horse. Both of them snarled, rushing their way toward Izuku, whose eyes were completely devoid of any emotion except for rage. Izuku did likewise, extending the length of the chains, letting the blades scrape the very concrete of the sidewalk, causing a violent friction to go along with it. The delinquents made their first move. One of them hurled their fist towards Izuku, who in turn, ducked under it, avoiding the attack, before launch. Hing one of the blades into their shoulder. Using the blades to swing himself around the delinquent, he used the momentum to land a kick on the other delinquent, staggering him back. Izuku continued with a slug to the guts, forcing him to cough out his saliva. The rage-driven boy proceeded by slicing the blades across the delinquent's abdomen, causing intestinal matter to litter the floor. The delinquent collapsed, reverting back to his previous form, this time, dead. The last remaining delinquent let out a shriek of despair, lunging at Izuku ferociously. Izuku quickly pivoted to the left, ipping his legs as the delinquent tumbled into the ground. However, he quickly recovered, but that didn't matter. Izuku launched the right blade at him, penetrating his torso. The delinquent's body jerked around, trying to wriggle free from the blade. This only proved to be his undoing. Izuku used this to grapple himself into the half-horse delinquent's proximity, piercing his other torso with the other blade. Izuku forced him down with his weight, slamming his head into the ground vehemently. The delinquent tried to shake off the pain, to get himself back to his feet once again, but Izuku was relentless. He pierced his chest with both of the blades, running to the opposite direction as the blades slid across the delinquent's abdomen, his innards coming out of the gap. Izuku let out a hot air from his nostrils, as he took in the sight of his victims, and the pedestrians that looked at what just transpired in horror. Izuku wordlessly stared at them, the spark returning to his mind. Grim realization of what he had just done. What? Izuku said to himself, looking at the blood dripping from the tip of the blades. What did I just? No. Izuku said to himself, his hands trembling. The blades. The quirk. It had to be them. He wasn't himself, was he? He didn't kill those. Murderer. Call the authorities. Hero. We need a hero over here. That kid killed them in cold blood. Izuku raised both of his hands frantically, trying to calm them down. Please. No. It wasn't me. I didn't kill them. It wasn't me. You have to believe. A pair of arms pulled him backwards, as he was engulfed by what looked like a fog, and he was somewhere unknown. A vacant room, to be exact. He collapsed on his back, the dried blood still smeared on his shoulder. Wah. What were you thinking? A stern voice came from behind. Izuku quickly stood up, turning his head over to the one who spoke. Kurogiri. What were you thinking? Kurogiri said contemptuously. His gaze sharpens as he moved closer. What you did was beyond foolish. Izuku trailed off, not knowing what sort of excuses he could come up with. You could have been detained, plucked away from society, your innocence washed away. Do you know how that could have turned out for you? For your mother? Quote. Izuku couldn't muster out a word, all except that he was sorry. He couldn't help but feel disgusted by the notion that he could just apologize and everything would turn out fine and dandy. I have everything planned out from the start. Kurogiri grabbed Izuku by his collar. But if you keep making a mess of things, I can't help you. Plan. The plan was to stall for time. Keep you occupied for the time being until I figure something out. That's why the plan to spy on UA exists. To stall. The boss never intended to place you in UA. Izuku's eyes widened. What did he intend to do to me? Turn you into something unspeakable, and I cannot, in my good conscience, let that happen. Quote. Conscience. Izuku uttered the word with resentment. All that, and it still wasn't enough for you to not rope me into this. Midoriya, don't you fucking utter another word. Izuku interrupted, his voice cracking. Lies. All you do is spout lies. You don't really care about me. You said it yourself. I'm an invaluable asset, your words, your exact fucking words. I'm just. Izuku choked on his own words, his fists clenched. He didn't finish the sentence. Izuku's stance faltered, slowly retreating back. I'm sorry, I never meant for any of this to happen, I don't know what's happening to me. It's not your fault, I'm sorry. Midoriya, just get me back to the bar. I'm ready for whatever punishment All for One might dish out for me. Izuku interrupted. I'm not gonna let him, Kurogiri firmly stated, and he's not going to, anyway. If anything, he'd be pleased with your progress. Izuku didn't respond to that. Kurogiri gently approached him. Midoriya, don't. Izuku stopped him. Let's just go back. Kurogiri stared at him for a moment, sighing as he did. He carefully escorted him into the newly formed warp gate. As Izuku entered the fog, Kurogiri took a last glance at the old television hanging over the corner. The news headline there read, New villain emerges from Yokohama. The Emerald G.H. Ost's debut began with a blood-curdling slaughter. Shigaraki could barely contain his ire as the media kept on prattling about this Emerald Ghost, which was no doubt Midoriya Izuku's nickname on the outside world. Words after words. The fiery flames inside of him threatened to consume him whole. He gritted his teeth, wrapping his fingers around the glass in front of him, disintegrating it into pieces. Turn that off, Shigaraki ordered. Much to his dismay, Kurogiri didn't do as he said. Shigaraki turned his head to glare at the villain with the metal brace. Something clogged those non-existent ears of yours. Turn it the fuck off. Quote. I'm afraid not, Shigaraki. Why the fuck not? What, do you get off to the media constantly moaning about that precious newcomer of yours? Shigaraki spat. Kurogiri's eyes were still trained to the screen of the television as he replied, why? At least provide me with a concrete reason. Shigaraki stood up. Try to sit here and listen to those fearmen. Gearing fuckfaces drone on and on about the big bad, Emerald Ghost, coming out to snatch the little kiddies. You'll realize how obnoxious it is. But you wouldn't mind if the media talks about you instead, wouldn't you? Shigaraki's gaze slowly shifted to Kurogiri, approaching him until he was close enough, his breath breezing against the metal brace. You want to say that again? Of all the things that the boss had taught you to do. Correcting that infantile nature of yours should take precedence. Kurogiri said daringly. Shigaraki's eyes twitched, his fingers itching to land themselves on this insolent fool. Kurogiri leaned forward. Disintegrate me. I dare you. Shigaraki became hesitant as the bartender challenged him. He retracted his hands back, slipping them through the pockets in his trousers. You've got balls. I'll give you that. The both of them stared into each other's eyes for a while, before the door to the bar opened unceremoniously. Yeah, you two can put aside your grievances now. There's something that needs your attention. Both the villain turned to see a man with short gray hair and a mustache entering the room. I told you to knock before coming in, Jiren. Shigaraki admonished. Can't exactly knock with all that bickering and quarreling. Jiren said, as he placed a paper of some sort in the table. New villain, huh? Looks like you can recruit on your own without my assistance nowadays. Emerald Ghost. Sounds tacky. Sensei has a plan of his own regarding this villain. It's in an entirely different ballpark. Yeah, whatever, Jiren then said. There's something that you guys need to know. As you might know, there are a couple of rumors about All Might applying himself as a teacher in UA. Rumors. That's about it, Shigaraki remarked. Not this time. It seems that there is a certain legitimacy to this rumor. Take a look at the paper. Jiren pointed at the paper. Shigaraki's eyes widened as he took in the contents of the paper. This looks like a contract paper of some sort. From UA. Take a look at the signature, dummy. Shigaraki's eyes squinted. He didn't understand what was so significant. All Might's signature. Kurogiri concluded, much to Shigaraki's dismay. Surprised you caught on quick. I expected the leader to be the wiser one. Jiren remarked. Shigaraki growled, I could have figured it out on my own. Moving on. Jiren continued as he sat on one of the chairs, how are you all going to move forward knowing this? I have an army of villains at the ready, but I don't think that's quite enough. Kill him. Shigaraki almost ripped the paper to shreds as he said that. Whoa, not so fast, Shiggy. That guy may have seen better days, but he's still a force to be reckoned with. Jiren said. Kurogiri then said, the boss is working on something. Something that can kill All Might in his weakened state. You mean that newcomer? Jiren was interrupted. No. Kurogiri's tone was forceful, a weapon, precisely. If we move forward with Izuku, that would foil our plans completely, given his lack of experience. He should be used as a last resort. What makes you so apprehensive about the idea of Midori? Of finally having his chance to kill All Might? All for One inquired. Kurogiri cleared his throat, before saying, I am not against the idea completely, but don't you think it's a little fast? Think about it. Midoriya lacks the adequate experience. Should he fail and eventually get arrested, we're off with one less trump card. We should test out the waters, play our cards right. If we can gauge All Might's capabilities at first by pitting him up against one of our stronger Nomus, then we'd know what we'd be dealing with. We'd be fully prepared on our next encounter, should the Nomu fail. And what of Midoriya? Why should I let him rot in his stagnant state? All for One asked one more time. We will enroll him as a student in UA under false pretenses. I can forge a new ID card for him. He will be there to observe. To attain crucial information that would be useful for us. He could also be there to observe the fight between All Might and the Nomu. Kurogiri offered. He stood in anticipation. Maybe he'd refuse. Maybe this was a bad idea. Excellent, Kurogiri. All for One's lips curled delightfully. I've always underestimated your intellectual capability, but you have proven me otherwise. Had I gone with this plan of mine, it would surely yield futile results. I grant you full permission to carry on with this plan of yours. Make sure that Tamura learns from this as well. But, God one. Warning. Kurogiri nodded, waiting for All for One to state his warning. If this plan of yours fail, All for One clenched his fists, as Kurogiri felt an excruciating pain throbbing across his head. He had felt the pain before. But never this bad. All for One leaned back, his fists unclenched. Well then, the floor is yours, Kurogiri. Kurogiri's eyes snapped open, both Shigaraki and Gur. And staring at him as if they were anticipating for him to said anything further. You make a good point, Jiren smiled smugly, turning his attention back to Shigaraki. Hey, Shiggy, with all due respect, you gotta learn from him. What? With your position as the leader, you could use a little tact. Shigaraki, however, eyed Kurogiri suspiciously. Though, he didn't say anything. Well, Jiren stood up, waving at them, I gotta run. Was nice catching up, but I have a group full of insolent villains to manage. See ya. He exited the bar, slamming the door hurriedly. Shigaraki's eyes were still trained to Kurogiri. Though this time, he finally spoke, I don't know what you're up to, but if you fuck this shit up. This hostility is unneeded. You of all people should know that I would not do a NY thing that would compromise our mission, especially one that involves All Might's demise. Shigaraki stared him down, his eyes glinting with uncertainty. After a long while of silence, his glare ceased, I'll take your word for it. Before turning around to walk towards the exit door, leaving without a word. Kurogiri stood there all by himself, as he tilted his head towards the door leading to the training room. Tsukauchi pinched the top of the pen as he looked at the paperwork that he had to do. Try as he might, he couldn't find Midoriya's trace. Security footages revealed that Izuku had escaped from the room. leaving to God knows where. It baffled him that the whoever is watching from behind the surveillance room was lenient enough to not realize that one of their patients were wandering around without supervision. Yagi himself was none the wiser. Finding an AWOL teenager wasn't exactly his forte. He was all about the brute and less about the brains. But there was one thing that came to his mind: Tsukauchi. Tsukauchi lifted his gaze from the desk. Something on your mind, Toshinori? Have you heard of the news? Something about an emerald ghost character appearing out of nowhere in Yokohama. Yagi replied. How is that relevant? Tsukauchi asked bluntly. I don't know. It's better than nothing, isn't it? Why don't you write that down? Maybe we'd find something that'll add to the piece down the line. Yagi proposed. Are you insinuating that Midoriya would? Tsukauchi was cut off short, something clicking in his mind. What is it? Toshinori. Tsukauchi stood up. Do you have an empty schedule? That's a bit abrupt, but I think I'm all out of schedule today. If Nezu's generous enough, he might even give me another day off tomorrow. Yagi replied. What do you say to a little trip to Yokohama? Tsukauchi pointed his pen at the door. We might find something there. Not so fast, another voice chimed in. Yagi turned around to see the dry, disinterested eyes of his colleague staring right back at him. Aizawa-san. Yagi's brow raised. What are you doing in here? So this is what you've been up to? Aizawa remarked with an unamused expression, scouting for missing problem children. He's not just any problem children, Aizawa-san. Yagi defended. It was Tsukauchi's turn to speak. I wasn't aware that you'd be coming here. Nezu told me to follow after this moron. Said something about keeping an eye on him in the likely scenario that he does something reckless. Aizawa answered, glaring at Yagi as he did. The scrawny, skeleton man coughed out a blood as he replied, oh. I mean, that's nice of him, but I can handle. You're losing pretty much the last embers of your quirk, Toshinori, Tsukauchi pointed out. You can only use your quirks up to, at bare minimum, 2 hours. 3 if you're lucky. Right, Yagi deflated. While it was true that he was in no condition to do something unprecedented, he was still more than capable of handling himself. But he conceded anyway. All right, if that's what you want, I won't stop you, but are you sure that you're all right with leaving the students behind? They can handle themselves. If they couldn't, I would have expelled them the moment I deemed that they had no potential. Aizawa blurted out, well then, are we going or not? Silence reigned on the three of them as they awkwardly stared at each other. Then, Yagi was the first to speak up. You're going to pay for your own ticket, though, right? Aizawa only replied with a sly smile. Izuku hadn't known how long it had been since he last started training. Sweat dangled loosely from his jaw, some of them dripping into the floor. He gripped the blades tight enough that he was sure he was going to break them. His muscles throbbed, aching to settle down. He yearned for home. He yearned for his mom, for the little back and forth that they had whenever they had a dinner together, for her pep talk, for her soothing words when he was down. His breath hitched, turning into a small hiccups as tears began to slowly slide down the freckles on his cheeks. Izuku's knees felt like they were collapsing. He couldn't find the strength to stand anymore. He vividly recalled the screams, the bloodshed that he had momentarily reveled himself in. It was nothing short of mortifying. The thing that he was turning himself into, all in the name of supporting his mother. He threw the blades against the wall, screaming into the air as he did so. His throat went rigid, feeling as if his vocal cords were being ruptured. He didn't care. He couldn't be bothered to care. He roared relentlessly, as his screams echoed across the room. The rage was sustaining him, beckoning for him to fall prey to its grasp. Then, the door behind him slowly creaked forward. He gradually tilted his head to his back, glancing at Kurogiri who was standing in front of the door. Midoriya, Kurogiri spoke softly. Though Izuku gave no response to the villain's greeting, he persisted anyway. How are you holding up? Izuku snorted. I don't know. Kurogiri's expression was unreadable behind the metal brace. Is it okay if I stay here for a bit? No one's stopping you, Izuku said coldly. Kurogiri didn't flinch. He leaned against the wall, seemingly contemplating about something. His eyes darted to Izuku, Midoriya. Izuku didn't give a verbal response save for the scowl. The boss has plans for you. Well, for today, I mean. Izuku's eyes perked, dreading what the villain was going to say next. However, Kurogiri, all for one, stopped Kurogiri from reaching to the door. He tilted his hips slightly. All for one continued, I have a plan of my own. Kurogiri turned around in a split second, how do you mean? I want to send Midoriya on. How do I put this in simple terms? Expeditions. All for one said. Expeditions, sir. Midoriya's quirk is volatile. To complement that fact, the outside world is hostile. Throw him into the mix. His quirk will react in a way that will make him do things that he wouldn't do normally. You did see how he almost killed that man, didn't you? All for one questioned. I did. It was something to behold. Kurogiri remarked. All for one's lips curled. The streets are filled with all kinds of defective crows, preying on whatever vulnerable thing that they can find. Villains, delinquents, serial killers, all of the sort. Midoriya is bound to find one of them, and when he does, his quirk will spring to life to defend its host. Host? Do you mean that his quirk is sort of like a parasite? Yes. All for one finished for him, eating away at whatever good is left inside of him. To that light, expeditions such as this one is crucial to his upbringing as my masterpiece. Kurogiri almost let out a displeased grunt. But he kept it in. With a heavy breath, he asked again, do you intend to leave Izuku on the streets for the time being until he does something that you find to be beneficial to his progress? That is precisely my intention. All for one leaned forward, you are to watch over him, to make sure that he doesn't do anything foolish. Kurogiri maintained his composure, trying to circumvent the plan. Don't you think that's a little extreme for a novice such as him? Novice. All for one smirked, I have high expectations for him, and for that to be met, extreme measures must be conducted. Quote. Kurogiri tried to say something else, but all for one put a finger on his lips, gesturing for him to silence himself. You have questioned my methods enough. My tolerance has its limit. Kurogiri remained silent, keeping whatever he was going to say swallowed. He conceded, yes, sir. As Kurogiri went out of the room, he heard all for one spoke. Go forth, Kratos. The villain then continued. You're going to venture to the outside world once again, but I will be staying behind to watch over. But why? Izuku inquired. Don't tell me that this is going to be some sort of scheme to get me too. Quote. He paused for a moment. His eyes moved to the blades, which were stranded on the ground. Right. I don't have a choice, do I? I'm afraid not. I thought you were trying to help me. Izuku lamented. Kurogiri didn't respond to that. He created a warp gate that led to a city that Izuku didn't know about yet. Izuku grabbed the blades from the ground, before moving forward to enter the warp gate. As he went through the warp, he took in the environment, discerning the area around him. You took me to Hosu? Izuku asked, turning to his back, only to find that Kurogiri was no longer there. Right. Shit. No objectives. No directions. No nothing. What the hell was he even supposed to hear, anyway? All for one in his vague instructions. Izuku hung the blades over his back, hunching forward to let them settle. Right. He hadn't worn any clothes, all except for the green loincloth wrapped around his waist. Not to mention that he was only wearing a pair of sandals as well. Training with clothes had been a bit stifling, so to say. He walked around, hiding in plain sight to avoid suspicion. This was the city where the hero killer had risen to infamy. That adds to the multitudes of reasons why he didn't want to be here. He took the alleyway as a safe passage, trying to navigate his way across the city through unconventional routes. He didn't know that much about Hosu, since the last time he was here was when he was at the age of 8. The insidious environment urged him to take the normal route, to cross the streets like a normal person. The scent of iron prevailed in the air, tugging at his nostrils like a soft cotton. He could have sworn that he heard a scream. His instincts blared, pushing him to investigate. He squinted his eyes as he proceeded forward. But then, he ducked under the trajectory of a blade ramming straight to the wall. The Viridian boy widened his eyes as he glanced at the assailant. Meeting him was the last thing that he wanted. What are you doing here, boy? A man with a long, unkempt black hair said, hunching over to the front. Izuku noticed the man laying beside the hero killer. A man with a red mask, with his full attire being a red and white coat and an omega symbol dangling from his neck. He was the hero known as the Correspondencer, with his quirk being the ability to bind its victims to T. NGS that they dread the most permanently. I was just passing around. Izuku made a bluff, hoping that the hero killer would buy it. Those blades on your back, something tells me that you're not here just for sightseeing. Stain loosened his grip on the collar of the man. You're not here on some foolish task to stop me, aren't you? Izuku gulped. His eyes darted to the hero. His face lit up, before saying, maybe we could settle this like gentlemen. Why should I? Stain said in disdain, his eyes landing once again on the battered form of the hero. This man is a false hero like the rest of them. I am doing this world a favor by getting rid of him. The hero's lips quivered, gazing at Izuku almost pleadingly. He could have sworn that the man was going to utter the word, help, but couldn't find the courage to do so. You should move along, boy. I don't take kindly to murdering innocent children, but if I have to, then I will. Stain gripped his blade tightly. Izuku looked at them for a while. Then, kill. Izuku backed away, and no. Not again. Kill. No. Izuku sheathed the blades from his back, hunching to the front as he did. He fought the urge to advance forward, to finish the job. To drive these blades through that contemptible man's throat. Kill. Izuku fought against the movement of his muscles, his brain scrambled. Kill. He couldn't. No matter how hard he tried. Ill. The rage threatened to consume him. Izuku roared as he lunged forward, swinging the first blade to the front. But Stain quickly jumped over the blade's path. So that's how you want to play it, Stain used the wall to propel himself to Izuku's direction, lunging at him with the blade. The Viridian's own blade clashed against it, igniting a spark of flame that melted the side of Stain's weapon. Izuku's arm jerked forward, as the chains propelled the right blade to slice the hero killer. However, Stain intercepted the blade, catching it by its handle, before wrapping the chains around his own wrist. He pulled Izuku to his side, his immense strength overpowering the boy's own, before impaling his torso with the enlarged blade. Izuku tried to wriggle free, but Stain's hold was too powerful. You're tenacious. But that alone won't save you from the fact that you're going to die. Izuku growled, forcing himself out of the blade's hold. The blood gushed out of his skin, as he was finally freed from the blade. He pulled the chains to his side, his strength rising ever so abundantly. He's getting stronger, Stain remarked. Izuku's shoulder hunched, letting out an animalistic growl as he advanced forward. Stain's eyes widened at the sight. This boy, what is your deal? Stain asked. I thought you were just passing by to stop me, but it seems that there is another factor at play here. Izuku didn't respond. He only growled, bending his knees. No matter, Stain licked his lips, before grinning widely. Once I'm done with you, I'll move on to the other fake heroes of this society. Izuku snarled, sprinting forward with the chained blades clashing against the ground. Stain did likewise, as their weapons repeatedly clashed against each other. Izuku spun his blades around, while Stain intercepted each of the attacks with his weapon. However, the last attack to hit his blade caused its edge to fall off into the ground. What the? Stain jumped at the last second before the blade could hit him and land the final blow. Izuku slammed the blades into the ground, as the floor erupted chaotically, rocks and dust scrambling in the air. As he landed on the ground, he lost his balance on his footing. Stain struggled to reach for his second blade. However, it was already too late. Izuku already lunged at him with his blades. Stain prioritized keeping his distance from the boy, hopping from one spot into another as he relentlessly slammed the dual-chained blades into the ground. What manner of weapons is he holding? As Izuku violently slammed the blades against the ground, gradually losing his sense of coordination, Stain took it into his own hands to swiftly reach for the blade he had on his back. Now's my chance. He quickly spun around, avoiding the path of the blades carefully, before slicing Izuku's arm, causing a considerable amount of blood to smear on the tip of his blade. You're done for, brat. He licked the blood on his blade, causing Izuku to freeze on his place. Stain's lips curled delightfully, as he turned around to inspect Izuku and the blades that he was using. Intriguing. Those blades, they have quite the level of craftsmanship put into them. Stain bemused. As expected, Izuku didn't move, nor did he say anything. The quirk put him on hold, immobilizing him. Now, as much as it pains me to say it, but you, along with these pretender masquerading as heroes, will be purged imminently. You could have been a useful ally, but it seems fate has other plans. Stain raised his blade to slice Izuku apart. But then, Izuku's fingers twitched. Stain could have sworn that he saw a burst of flame slightly blazing outwardly from his body. He relented for a second. His instincts were right. Izuku suddenly moved, swinging his blades once again. How? He stepped to the side, but his neck was quickly bound in place by the chains that passed him by. He choked on his own saliva, unable to suck the air due to the chains straining the passageway in his throat. Izuku used the other chains to tighten the hold even more, wrapping them around the hero killer's neck. He pulled it apart with both of his hands, the force threatening to rip the villain's nape from its sockets. But then, a warp gate engulfed him, causing him to disappear without a trace. Stain dropped into the ground, struggling to breathe. He looked around, looking for any signs of Izuku. Only to find none. Where did he go? Stain said with strained breath. Izuku found himself tumbling into the dry floor once again, finding himself in the same empty room that he had been thrown into a couple days ago. He growled, looking for the perpetrator that brought him here. But before he could get a good look at him, the perpetrator in question tackled him into the ground. Pinning his arms with the gates, "Stop this at once, Midoriya." Izuku jerked his arms around trying to break free, but the man was quite strong. "You're not yourself. Snap out of it," Kurogiri pleaded. Izuku snarled, gritting his teeth as he did. His heart rate rapidly plummeted as he struggled even more. His strength began to wane as his mind settled. His eyes fluttered, his muscles relaxing. What happened?" Izuku asked, meeting Kurogiri's soft gaze. His eyes widened when he remembered. "No. Did I kill him? Did, oh god." Kurogiri firmly gripped the boy in the shoulder. "You haven't. Please, calm down." Izuku looked at Kurogiri. Did you stop me?" Kurogiri was silent for a few moments, before replying, "I did. But he's going to." Kurogiri shook his head, gripping the boy's shoulder even tighter. "Don't worry about it. Kurogiri, he's going to kill you." Izuku protested. Why you didn't have to do that for me. I know I was being a jerk, blaming you and all. But I'd never want you to put yourself in this. Midoriya." Kurogiri's voice softens. "Stop. It's alright. I've gotten good at covering my tracks when it comes to this. It's okay." Izuku's gaze never left the villain. A strand of hot tears swam down his cheeks, before burying his face into Kurogiri's shoulder. He muttered, thank you, why you didn't have to. I'm so sorry." Kurogiri rubbed circles on the boy's back. He sighed to himself. He's really going to die soon, isn't he? Kurogiri braced himself as he entered the warp gate, entering the place where All for One resided in. The scarred man greeted him with utmost contempt, his lips curling back, though he didn't say anything. Not yet at least. The warp gate villain bowed his head slightly. Is there anything that you want to say to me, sir? He braced for the punishment. He braced for the unrelenting fury that the boss would unleash on him. He wasn't good at all at covering his tracks. He had lied. All for One let the silence settle in momentarily, feigning security. His posture leaned forward, his gaze penetrating through Kurogiri's own. I have a question for you, Kurogiri. A simple one. I can manage with a simple inquiry. Kurogiri said obediently. All for One gripped the sides of his seat tightly. When a dog is told by its owner to not eat from the crumb, how do you think it should react, Kurogiri? Should it go against the word of its owner? Bite the hand that feeds? Be an ingrate? Or should it simply obey? Quote. Kurogiri gulped, his metal withering as he replied, I believe that it should obey, sir. As the owner's mandate is undisputable. Good. All for One's expression contorted unpleasantly as he began again, but, in contrast to your answer, my dearest Kurogiri. It seemed that the dog had gone against the word of its owner and ate from the crumb. Kurogiri didn't answer. But not only that, the dog sought to conspire against its owner. To lead the house ashtray to damnation. The dog bid its time, concealing its true intention. All for One said again, the intensity in his voice increasing rapidly. Kurogiri knew where this was going, but he kept his mouth shut. What punishment do you think? All for One's fingers delicately touched the side of the seat one by one, is fit for such unruly dogs. Kurogiri couldn't muster a word. He remained idle in his place, letting All for One to speak out of turn, perhaps, discipline. Kurogiri flinched. He couldn't ignore how low and dangerous All for One sounded, how he was inches away from turning the warp villain into a mincemeat. Behavior correction. Kurogiri's feet twitched, his hip coming to a stop as it tried to turn around, his gaze trained on the door. His heartbeat rapidly increased as All for One continued. Or memory erasure. All for One's grin spread, his sadistic nature springing to life. Kurogiri's hands trembled, his mind scrambling for ways to convince All for One to cease from what he was possibly going to do. No, no, please, please. Oboro watched in despair as the villains closed in, massacring every civilians that they see. Worst of all, they weren't even A-listers. They were just a couple of junkies from the bottom of the villain hierarchy. Still, they were dangerous. He didn't have the necessary means to beat them. His eyes landed on the young, green-haired toddler beside him. His eyes pleading for his protection. The wailing boy needed him, and Oboro wasn't going to let him die on his watch. He whispered tenderly into the boy's ears, "Shish, it's okay." Damn it. It wasn't okay. Not at all. His head peeked out from the table. He was met with the sight of the corpses littering the ground, blood soaking the floor. The villains shattered the glass that contained the jewelries, tossing them into their duffel bags. His best bet was to use his quirk, Cloud, but he thought that it wouldn't be enough. Not with his lack of experience when it comes to maintaining it. The green-haired toddler began to weep, but Oboro quickly covered the hatchling's mouth with his hand. "Shish, don't make a noise, okay? We're going to get out of here. I promise." Before he could think of his next move, an explosion followed. Kurogiri returned to his reality, his head throbbing with an unrelenting sensation of pain. His knees gave out, as he collapsed into the floor. Trying to repel the pain away, "Dee, don't make me forget. Please." And the dog decided to speak his fervent wishes. All for One spat out indignantly. Kurogiri choked on his own words as he implored even further. I still want to remember. I still want to love him. My little, bro." His head felt like it was about to erupt. All for One feigned tenderness as he spoke again, "You still want to remember." "I do. And do you know of the terms for that fact to remain?" All for One inquired once more. Kurogiri was about to answer, but All for One beat him to it. "Do not let things like this happen again. Am I to be understood?" Kurogiri didn't answer. His mouth quivered, hesitating. All for One pressed into the matter again as he clenched his fists. That same, unpleasant sensation reeling his head. "Do I make myself clear, Kurogiri?" Kurogiri straightened himself. "Yes, sir." The insidious aura dispersed, as All for One dismissively waved him away. "You're free to go." Kurogiri scurried his way out of the area, frantically waddling into the direction of the warp gate. He crash-landed in front of a trash can located at the center of an alleyway. A labored breath escaped the villain's nostrils, followed by a rapid, relentless heartbeat. His pupils dilated, his hands quivered violently. The alleyway was eerily silent. There were no sign of any soul that remained there, if there were any. It was the perfect place. The villain settled down, the dry soil staining the fabric of his clothes with dust and debris. The wind howled, breezing to the south. It felt liberating, as opposed to the gloomy, dark, and encased space of All for One's residence, short-lived as it was. Kurogiri didn't know what city this was, but that hardly mattered. The downcast villain slumped into the wall, resting his head against the hardened walls, dreary eyes trained to the sky. Yagi's eyes snapped open as the train came to a stop. Turning to the left, the man that was sitting there was now gone. Probably had left. He whipped his head to the window, and saw the sign, Hosu. He could use a company right now, but Aizawa and Tsukauchi was sitting multiple seat rows across. As if on cue, a man sporting an unorthodox clothing style sat beside him. He had quite the concerning appearance. An unkempt hair that flails wildly in the air. A shredded clothing that looked like it hadn't been washed for weeks. And of course, the most notable of them all was the fact that the man had no nose to go by, or so it seemed. He also had a backpack. An oddly large one. At that, Yagi cleared his throat, trying to initiate a conversation to clear the awkward air around them. Do you mind if I ask you something?" "Apologies if it's abrupt." The man tilted his head. Meeting Yagi's gaze, "I don't mind." His tender voice didn't match his appearance at all, but Yagi knew better than to judge someone based on their exterior rather than the interiors. I don't want to sound rude, but, have you been to the clothing shops lately? The vagrant-looking man clicked his tongue, betraying his tender-like demeanor. I prefer to keep my living expenses reserved rather than wasting them on facetious things like fashion. Yeah, but, someone's gonna think you're up to no good if you wear something like this in public. Maybe buy something decent every once in a while. It's not that expensive, really. You could go and hunt for discounts if you're really that short on budget. Yagi suggested. The man glared at Yagi, and what would you know about fashion? You're not looking too hot yourself either, Mr. Baggy Shirt. Yagi frowned. I mean, that's a good point, but it's not like anyone's gonna look at me twice if I wear this. That's true. The man leaned comfortably into the seat, but I still can't be bothered. He drawled. Yagi gawked at him, contemplating whether or not he should say more on the matter, but he kept his mouth shut anyway. But then, the man continued, where are you headed? That question seemed out of place, but Yagi answered anyway, Yokohama. What a coincidence. So am I. Yagi raised his brow. You're not spying on me. Aren't you? The man growled, why would I want to spy on a random, scrawny twerp like you? Yagi gulped, not knowing what to say to that. Then, after a moment of silence, he asked. Haven't asked your name. Why do you want to know? Trying to make a friend, I guess. The man cleared his throat, before replying, Akaguro. That's all. My name is Yagi. Yag. I offered a hand as a gesture of acknowledgement. Akaguro was hesitant to return the favor, though he inevitably did it. Yagi then continued, nice to meet you, Akaguro. Likewise. Akaguro pulled his hand away. Yagi tried to say something else. You sure about going to Yokohama, though? I heard that all kinds of nasty things originated from there. Like that green ghost thing from the news. The emerald ghost. Yagi could have sworn that he saw the man grinning like a beast momentarily, though he brushed it off. Akaguro shook his head, it's gonna take more than a mere boogeyman to scare me. Still, it's dangerous. Not for me. Akaguro said, I've faced worse. Now that calls for concern. Yagi thought. I'm assuming you're not scared yourself either, right? Since you're diving head first into that shithole. Akaguro asked. Yagi's pupils dilated as he said, to be honest, what the news said about him gave me the creeps. A little. Akaguro scoffed, dismissively waving him away, our cowardice is just as repugnant as your appearance. Yagi's nose scrunched, that's a bit uncalled for. Akaguro guffawed, much to the scrawny man's dismay, you sport his looks. Whose? Yagi asked. All Might's. Yagi's heart rapidly increased, covering his mouth as he coughed a hefty amount of blood into his palm. Damn it. I thought I had it all covered. Is he figuring me out? Damn it. Oh shit. Oh shish. But who am I kidding? All Might is a walking mountain of muscle, befitting of someone who is to be called a symbol of peace. You look like you haven't eaten for 5 lifetimes. Not to mention that sickness that you just showed me. Akaguro deadpanned. Anyone would have felt insulted by that remark alone, but Yagi was more concerned about his identity rather than his pride. He breathed a sigh of relief. Slumping into the seat, yeah, I get that a lot. Akaguro offered him a tissue, wipe that blood from your palm, idiot. Yagi complied, wiping all the blood that he just coughed out, thanks. Akaguro didn't reply as he tilted his head elsewhere. After a while, the train stopped. They had just arrived in Yokohama. Yagi, who was just staring at the window the whole time, turned around to speak to Akaguro once again. To his surprise, the man was already gone. Stop wasting time and get your ass off the seat, Yagi. Drawled Aizawa, who was already standing beside the seat row with Tsukauchi. Izuku braced himself as he stepped through the portal. Judging by how it looked, Izuku knew that gate wasn't made by Kurogiri, which added even more to his suspicion. But he chalked it up, knowing better than to let his thoughts drift away from the matter at hand. It's been a while since we last spoke, Midoriya. All for One was the first to speak, quite the reputation you've made for yourself out there. I'm surprised you didn't use your given name. Was it not to your liking? It wasn't on purpose, sir. I simply acted by instinct. Izuku said, ignoring the pang inside of his chest when he uttered instinct of all things. All for One smiled derisively as he tapped the sides of his chair with his fingers. Instinct, you say? Izuku nodded. I had no choice but to defend myself. But of course, if you want to punish me. No, 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 All for One chuckled. Why would I want to punish you? As I said, you're making a progress. A splendid one, at that. Izuku internally gagged. The thought of him being gradually turned into a mindless murder machine being considered as a progress was jarring, though he made no further remark. He knew better than to do that. Then, one thing came to his mind. If you don't mind me asking, why isn't Kurogiri here? Oh, that. He's out of commission. You could say that he's taking a rest for the time being. For now, Tamura will be your guide. And vice versa, since you both are learning. All for One said. Izuku froze. Could it be that he's being? No, it couldn't be. Kurogiri had said that he was good at covering his tracks. With every passing moment, Izuku tried to muster enough courage to ask him the question, but the boy just couldn't bring himself to. Don't worry too much about him. I know why. Oh, you two have certain connections going on, but in time, you'll see him again. All for One stopped tapping his fingers, his lips curving downwardly. There was a hint of slight venom lacing onto the villain's tone. Izuku then began. Why did you call me here, sir? All for One replied. A little bird came by and told me that some of our hero friends are on the lookout for you. They're currently on Yokohama. I'm sure you remember those two strange men that visited you the last time you were in that hospital. Izuku's eyes widened. Were they here looking for him? If so, was there any chance that he could? Then an image of his mother flashed in his mind. The boy couldn't do that. Not to her. If they suspect you, our plan to enroll you in UA under false pretenses will have to take a rain check. Izuku's heartbeat fluctuated to unimaginable levels. What other plans did All for One have for him? What did it entail? And where was Kurogiri? Or maybe we could give you a disguise. All for One suggested, much to Izuku's relief. But the real reason why I called you here is to send you on another expedition. However, this time, I will be the one supervising you. That last statement strengthened his suspicions about Kurogiri's predicament. It seems that Stain has taken an interest in taking you in under his wing, no doubt to mold you into a weapon of his own. That man is a persistent one, All for One bemused. He even went through the trouble of forging a counterfeit ticket in order to get to this city. Why you mean, he's All for One finished for the boy, in Yokohama, correct? I assume that you both have met no longer than a few hours ago. Izuku was quick to deny, however, All for One stopped him from doing so with a hand gesture. Save it, Midoriya. I already knew what happened. And before you ask, Kurogiri is fine, All for One affirmed, his gaze sharpened as he continued, no harm will befall him. Of that, I can assure you. But like your mother, this can be a perpetual deal under certain conditions. Izuku's breathing came to a halt as All for One was about to list the conditions. It's my fault. Do not stray further from the path I've carved for you. Is that understood? Even with outside interferences, All for One clenched the sides of his seat, almost ripping the wires connected to his skin. Remember your purpose. Izuku could feel the coldness from the villain's words. Contrast to his usual tendency to feign politeness. Though he made no rebuttal. He simply bowed his head. It won't happen again. And it won't. All for One sported a malicious grin as he spoke again. Good. I don't want to waste any more valuable assets either. Now go, I'm sure Stain is eager to meet his soon-to-be successor. Izuku nodded, as he walked past the warp gate. Only to be greeted bitterly by none other than Shigaraki. Where the hell have you been? Expeditions. Izuku huffed. Shigaraki's eyes twitched. Yeah, like that explains anything at all. Didn't think you'd need one. Izuku replied. You little. I was told to go on an expedition of some sort to Hosu. Izuku interrupted. I figured that it was just a ploy to get me to kill. Almost worked by the way. Shigaraki raised his brow. Like that even matters. You murdered a couple of rascals with those blades of yours a few days prior to that. Izuku let out a hot breeze of air from his nostrils as he was headed straight to the door. However, Shigaraki intercepted his path. Hold your horses, brat. You haven't told me about where you're going yet. Am I supposed to? Izuku replied, grimacing. Even looking past our grievances, you answer to me, or have you forgotten about the fact that I'm the leader of this group? Sure as hell doesn't seem like it, Izuku shot back a glare, I've seen better. Shigaraki's finger twitched. Oh, you got an attitude now, do you? Both of them stared at each other, with neither speaking to the other. Shigaraki finally relented after a few minutes, moving to the side as he spoke. Fine, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I hope you die to whatever's waiting for you out there. That wouldn't be too bad either. Izuku retorted. He opened the door before slamming it. Stain hopped from one roof into another. His job back in Hosu wasn't done yet, but the prospect of meeting that prodigy boy yet again. It filled him with a glee of excitement. The way that boy carried himself. Those vicious eyes, those blades, he was the worthy successor. He was sure of it. The boy just needed a bit of adjustments. When he landed on top of a water tank, he could see the sun setting on the horizon, its enticing, luminescent light dissipating. This was the ghost's cue. The villain was sure of it. The headlines had said that the ghost would come out at night. If that observation was accurate, Stain was sure that he'd find him somewhere. He just needed to look harder. As Stain landed on another rooftop, he noticed a silhouette extending from behind a wall. The villain took the incentive to investigate, and when he did, he dodged an incoming attack from behind. The blade was then pulled into the direction of the perpetrator, the ghost. I should have known that it was you. The ghost remained silent. When you approached me back in Hosu, I didn't think much of it. I never thought that you'd be an infamous villain of all things. You didn't look the part. Stain chuckled as he drew his sword. The ghost did likewise, gripping the blades as flames blazed out of its surface. Before we fight, tell me, what do you know of heroes? Stain asked. The ghost's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Does this have something to do with what you said about them? False heroes. Perceptive, Stain let the blade clash against the ground as he advanced forward. But not perceptive enough to see the bigger picture. The ghost then replied, what are you getting at? Stain's lips rinsed the dirt around his mouth. I don't quite like the way you were ready to defend that imbecile. Do you even know the things that he did? The ghost didn't utter a word. Stain continued, his carelessness had caused the affliction of many. His victims are innumerable. With the quirk to bind its victim to things that they dread the most permanently, that hero had caused many people, villains and innocents alike, to suffer both physically and psychologically. Of course, the higher-ups, being the deceptive individuals they are, covered his unpardonable crimes in favor of their image. The ghost didn't seem to consider the killer's words. Stain twirled his blades around as he readied himself into a battle stance. Fine then. Give it time. You'll see my point soon enough. Without further delay, the ghost lunged forward, swinging his blades to the front. Stain knew better than to intercept the blade's path with his own. The weapon barely brushed past him as he continued to run. The flames emitted by it scorched a part of his sleeves, though he made no effort to put the fire out. Stain drew his other blade, as he swung the both of them simultaneously, aiming to overcome the ghost with his speed, but it wasn't enough. The ghost was faster than he was before. He was more calm, more collected, relying more on his tact than his emotions. What a peculiar change of pace. Stain used his right foot to kick the ghost's right shin, attempting to make him lose his balance. The ghost almost tumbled on himself, but before he could recover, Stain attempted to impale him on the right side of his torso. However, the ghost quickly pivoted his right leg, easting his hip backwards as the blade barely passed his chest. The ghost quickly grabbed the hero killer by his attacking arm. He dragged him across the dry floor like a doll. Stain found himself ing rammed against the concrete repeatedly. Stain swiftly broke out of the ghost's grip, flipping backwards to gain some distance. Damn it. He's grown aware of my ability to render my opponents immobile by licking their blood. Stain had to act quick and neutralize the adversary. If not, he'd. His train of thoughts were interrupted when a pair of chained blades were headed straight towards his neck. The hero killer quickly ducked under their trajectory, before sprinting towards the ghost's direction, avoiding the chained blades by flipping forward. Stain took note of the ghost's vibrant rage. Ch was growing increasingly evident on his expression. His movements became even more erratic and fast. Stain was having a hard time trying to maneuver himself through the onslaught. The chained blades were relentless. Even the flames radiating from it were tearing some of the fabrics of his clothes. Once Stain got close enough, he charged forward, aiming to intercept the chains from propelling the blades. However, the hero killer wasn't swift enough to close the distance. A blade already made its way through his rib, slicing it open. He tumbled into the ground, clutching to the newly fresh wound. Shit, he was kicked in the chin, sending him flying into the wall. He wasn't going to make it. The ghost was far too powerful. The hero killer breathed in and out heavily as he anticipated the blissful hold of the afterlife. The ghost stood in front of the hero killer, the blades in his hands as ferocious as ever. Then, without hesitation, he plunged the blade into the hero killer's nape. Then, darkness enveloped his vision. The blood seeped from the edge of the blades, its thick substance tainting the ground. Izuku's gaze landed on the blade on his hand, staring at it longer than he should. The sight of the carcass in front of him made him feel nauseous. The fact that the hero killer was an unhinged outlaw didn't exonerate him from the uneasiness in his chest. Stain laid there with his mouth agape, his hands limping through his crotch like an inanimate object. Izuku's hands trembles, backing away from the corpse, trying to clear the image of it away. Izuku hadn't realized how long he had been walking backwards, hitting the water puddles as he did so. Then, without so much as a warning, his feet slipped through the ledge, which resulted in him falling several stories down from the building. As the boy's head crashed into the edge of a dumpster, he landed headfirst into the soiled floor. Oh no. A villain is here. Someone, help me. Hero. Where is a hero when I need them? Don't worry, Mom. I am here. Single quote. Izuku choked on his breath, unable to stand up, or rather, he couldn't be bothered to. He wanted to stay here for all eternity. What do you know of heroes? Stain had said. Izuku clenched his fists, gripping the dirt below him. He was no hero. The idea of him being one was nothing more than a distant memory. A haughty dream that he had buried since long ago. I've always been the weak link. A drag in everyone's lives. Why should I keep on living? The tears blurred his vision. The teen ooked at the blades, contemplating whether or not he should drive the damn things into his own abdomen. It would have been just the right thing to do. It wouldn't expunge the detestable crimes, but at the very least, people would be safer. But before he could follow through, a warped gate engulfed him whole. Without even the chance to react, he was already placed in front of All for One. The villain laughed. My. I told you that I was going to do the supervising, did I? Izuku's voice came hoarse. I wasn't trying to. I understand. All for One said unexpectedly. You understand. All for One let out a gentle breeze of air from his nostrils as he leaned forward slightly. I don't advocate for your actions, but I understood the reasoning behind it. You've always said that you were the weak link among your relatives. Yet, I don't think that's true in the slightest. Izuku grimaced, wiping the tears from his eyes as he did so. He didn't know what the villain was trying to say. What would he know about compassion, anyway? You, All for One pointed at him, affirming the boy's strength, or strong. You did what the other heroes have been struggling to do for the past few years. You did the unthinkable. You killed the hero killer. Is at not a testament to your unparalleled strength? Izuku exhaled, his mind grilling itself as he spoke. Yes. That feat is not something to be sneezed at. But the implication of that feat. Oh, don't sully your thoughts with that. I've always said that it was a hindrance to your progress. Izuku swallowed whatever remark he had, refraining himself from speaking against All for One's wishes. What are you trying to gain out of achieving that infantile dream of yours, anyway? All for One asked, challenging the boy. It'll do you no good. The travesty that is, All Might, was never there to help you through your shortcomings. Neither were the other heroes. Hero is just a label to give the people a makeshift sense of security, an outlet for the conceited to flaunt their finesse and oppress the ones that are beneath them. You've been there yourself, haven't you? Izuku tried to maintain his composure. He quickly went straight to the point. I don't mean to impose, but you're terrible at this. All for One's frown deepened as he said, what? Let's just get straight to the point, okay? Izuku demanded. I did what you didn't like. I get it. You're free to dish out whatever punishment you want at me. I can't be bothered to give a fuck. That's not the point of. I know it's not the point. Izuku clenched his fists, but that's hardly my concern. But droning on and on about my issues, it's irrational. Even for you. Let's just get straight to the point, yeah. Is there anything else that I should do? Or should I return to my training? All for one stayed idle momentarily. He then leaned back against his chair, very well. For the past few days, I've been pulling a few strings in a faculty not far from here. I have a couple of contacts that can assist you to infiltrate UA. I'm assuming it's the Akuma Academy of Heroes faculty. Izuku asked. Correct, you're quite keen on details, more than I give you credit for. All for one nodded, they're going to put you in UA as a transfer student with another identity. Izuku's muscles relaxed as he said, that's a good plan, but what about my appearance? The covert thing is out of the window since, you know. All for one then said, on the contrary. Nobody knows about how you look like exactly. The only things that stands out when it comes to your appearance is the chains on your wrist and the blades on your back. Both of which can be accommodated easily. Izuku sighed, and what am I supposed to do while I'm there? All for one's breath intensified, before saying, learn and observe. You are not to engage in any sort of physical altercation while you're there. I know you have someone in mind, Izuku deduced, someone that I should look out for, and I might have a rough idea about who he is. All for one sported a malevolent grin as he replied, on that, you are correct. All Might has always been a thorn on my side, and you, Kratos, you will be the piece that drives him out of the board. Izuku winced at the name. Though it didn't evoke him to deny or reject it. He had grown all too familiar with it. He conceded, all right, is that all? No, All for One's smile dropped as he said his next sentence, there's one more thing. Izuku tensed at the sheer threat in the villain's voice. He continued, the schemes, the deceit, you're gonna have to drop them. Izuku's brow raised as he said, what are you? You know what I'm talking about. All for One's jaw clenched, I know about everything that you both were planning to do behind the scenes. Put it to rest. Remember what's at stake. Izuku's muscles began to tense. He didn't know what to say other than, yes, sir. The only path to take is through. Yagi had a knack of staying up late whenever something occupied his mind. This was not an exception. The fact that the cafeteria was open 24 hours a day in this resort meant that he wouldn't go insane from being cooped up in his cramped room. Granted, there was the television to keep him company. But he preferred the much more spacious area of the cafeteria. It gave him a sense of levity. He took a sip from the coffee, reading the newspaper in front of him. A villain wielding two blades that emits fire. He couldn't see Midoriya being associated with something like that. Additionally, a blade that emits fire. A support item of some kind. But, someone wouldn't have made a blade of all things as a support item. It's lethal, not an item befitting of any hero. At least, well, the legal ones. Wait, does that mean? I'm sure you're thinking the same thing as I do. A voice chimed in from behind. Yagi spluttered the blood from his mouth, Tsukauchi. What are you doing here? Tsukauchi shrugged, sitting across from Yagi's own seat, same as you. Couldn't sleep. Oh. Yagi cleared his throat, before saying, why you said that I was thinking the same thing as you do. Might want to elaborate. Blades that emit fire with a chain that allows for more freedom in mobility. A chaotic combination. I must say, the weapon is professionally made. Someone must have been supplying him with the materials to concoct such a weapon, or Yagi then finished for him, someone else made it for him. Either of those things is a possibility. 3 years ago, dozens of scientists and engineers working on Ai Island were mysteriously abducted by an anonymous group of villains. Tsukauchi said. I was just thinking of that. Yagi rubbed his chin as he continued. They were working on nanoparticles that can interact with the quirk factor of an individual, and possibly enhance them. Tsukauchi stared at Yagi like he had just said something astonishing. Wait, what? What? Did you say that they were working on nanoparticles that can interact with one's quirk? Tsukauchi reiterated. Yagi's breathing almost came to a halt as he realized what he had just said. Oh. Shit, David's going to kill me. Toshinori. I was supposed to keep this a secret. Yagi's eyes sharpened as he continued. Did you get reminded of something? Izuku's quirk is rage, right? Or at least something that has to do with the emotion. Tsukauchi tapped his pencil against his notebook. Rage, fire, rage, fire. He gripped the pen tighter as he scribbled on the notebook. Are you onto something, Naomasa? Yagi asked. These blades might contain the nanoparticles that you speak of. I might be wrong, but the chances of Midoriya being the Emerald Ghost increased just now, Tsukauchi said. He finished writing in his notebook, which makes our visit less in vain. It'll be in vain if you both keep loitering around in the middle of the night. Came the dry voice of the long-haired hobo wearing pajamas standing in between the seats. Blood bursted out of Yagi's mouth as he recoiled in his seat. Aizawa-san, off with one less lung and you think you're tough enough to stay up this late. Aizawa glared with red eyes. You're going to kill yourself one of these days. I was just. He's right. Toshinori, Tsukauchi interjected, we should get some sleep. Like you were any better. Yagi protested. Aizawa was about to speak, but then, something buzzed in his pockets. He gestured for them to stay silent, before pulling out his phone, answering the call. I suppose you have a good reason for calling me this late. Aizawa's voice came out a bit hostile. My apologies. Seeing as how you're still online at this time of the hour, I figured that maybe we should discuss this as soon as we can. That was shady. Aizawa replied, be concise and don't waste my time. Very well. Single quote. As they were done discussing, Aizawa hung up the call, his usually dry eyes turned sharp. As it stands, I think I might need to leave sooner than I thought. What? Yagi questioned. What could be possibly more important than? A student from Akuma Academy of Heroes is transferring to UA, Aizawa said. You both can stay behind, but I'm needed there. I'll be taking my leave tomorrow. Yagi then teased, not even a day and you're bailing out on us. Duty calls, Aizawa drawled, at least I don't bail out on my real job over a conspiracy theory. Tsukauchi's voice had an edge to it when he said, it's not a conspiracy theory. Midoriya Izuku could be the Emerald Ghost. Aizawa pondered for a bit, before heading back straight to his room without saying anything. Tsukauchi groaned. I can't ever get a read on that guy. Me neither. Yagi said in agreement. Let's just. Tsukauchi interrupted himself when something caught his eye. The news headline. The ghost strikes again. Infamous Hosu villain found dead on a rooftop. Tsukauchi was shocked initially by the information. He couldn't get a grip on the reason why the hero killer was all the way in Yokohama of all places. Wasn't his territory in Hosu? How did he even get here? Tsukauchi asked, seemingly to himself. Yagi's blood ran cold as he read the news headline, Naomasa, I think. Tsukauchi's eyes darted to Yagi, waiting for him to say his piece. I think I was with him. He was sitting right next to me, and I think he was after the ghost. Yagi concluded. Aizawa couldn't believe what he was seeing right now. A truckload of paperworks that he had to do, courtesy of that transfer student. He squinted his eyes as he looked at the files concerning the kid. There were a few things that Aizawa picked up. Firstly, the boy had a peculiar name. Kratos. Whoever picked that must have had a few screws loose in their minds, or maybe it was identity forgery, but Aizawa felt Ike was stretching this out more than he should have, so he kept that assumption sealed at the back of his head. Secondly, his quirk is the height of all irrationality. Inferno. A quirk that activates at the slightest hint of emotion. With something this volatile, he had no doubt that the kid would have a lot to work with, especially if he wanted any hope of ever competing with the other students in a prestigious school like UA. Thirdly, and this was the thing that he didn't like the most, the kid was going to be in his class, and he was going to be his homeroom teacher. I should have stayed at Hosu with those two idiots. At least he had 10 months to prepare for. Not that he thought it was enough time for him to prepare, but it was still something. I expected a year or two. Aizawa curtly thought, leaning against the back of his seat. You doing good, Shota? A familiar voice chimed in from the right. Aizawa sighed, begrudgingly tilting his head towards the annoying blonde idiot sitting at his right side. Would it kill you if you just leave me alone for the remainder of the day? I just finished teaching my English class, and I got nothing to do now. Hazashi said. And you opt to be a nuisance when there are other productive things that you could be doing right now. Aizawa said dryly. Such as, do you really need me to tell you? Aizawa furrowed his brows. You're not a child, figure it out yourself. Hazashi huffed. You're such a spoilsport. What are you working on, anyway? A transfer student. One who is possibly going to be a part of my class after the final semester ends. Aizawa blew the air out of his mouth, his expression deflating. Worst of all, this kid's quirk is, well, volatile, from what I've seen in his file. Hisashi nodded. I mean, you've dealt with a lot of kids who have volatile quirks like this kid, so. Hardly my point, Aizawa blurted. While it's no pushover, I can't have him wrecking havoc in my class while I'm occupied in my sleeping bag. Present Mike deadpanned. Of course it has something to do with your irritatingly endearing habit of loafing around. Aizawa's dull eyes remained trained on the papers. Well, it's no tea like I slack around when the situation calls for it. This boy, for example. I may have to relinquish my sleeping bag for the time being. Huh. Present Mike slapped Aizawa right on his back, much to his exasperation. That's not something that you hear every day. For a limited amount of time. Aizawa added. Hisashi only laughed. That's still better than nothing, dummy. Aizawa snorted, leaning against the back of the chair. He kept his mind at bay, thinking about what approach to take with this kid. I really should have stayed at Hosu. From beyond the stars, from the outstretched canopy of the heavens, came down an exceptional hero that will vanquish every evil there is. Exquisite in every manner, but modest in the heart. She is an exemplary, a model. But oh no, liberating the sense from the grasp of the wicked isn't all there is to this hero. No, she is especially adept at manipulating the trajectory of fate, for destiny is like a child's play to her. May I present to you the Fatetress. A woman with a black bride gown came out of the curtains. Her attire consisted of a fur-coated cape that had 3 extensive cuts protruding at its edge, an exquisite, black tinted gown that extended from her shoulder to her feet. Sorry for the long wait, ladies and gentlemen. I ran into quite the troublesome individual along the way. Can you believe it? He wanted me to change his fate. But fate can't be easily bought, especially if one is a fugitive of justice. Quote. The woman leapt into the air as the trail of smoke followed her movements. A platform landed in front of her just as she was about to land. She waved at the supposed crowds in front of her. Let me hear your delight. That's the sound of triumph. A cry that justice has prevailed. The crowds erupted into cheers and adoration. Their eyes trained on the heroine standing atop the floating platform. Fatetress let out a soft exhale as she slumped into the chair, the bead of sweat sliding through her forehead. There was no place better than her office, even though it was damp. She should have installed the air ventilation by now. Then, the telephone rings. She answered the call. What is it? I just had a really long day, so I'd appreciate it if you. Fatetress swallowed the annoyance in her tone when she was interrupted by the door sliding to the side. A man sporting a professional attire came forward. Rin-san. Couldn't have picked up a better day to show up at my office. Talking to you is not in the list of my schedules right now. She scowled. My utmost apologies for coming on such a short notice. But I believe it's imperative that we should discuss this as soon as we can. Can it wait? The Fatetress insisted. The man closed the door, his expression grim. No. It can't. The Fatetress was silent for a moment. Her lips pursed as she said, oh wow, bolder than usual now, aren't you? The man immediately sat down, saying, we are in dire need of change if our alliance is to be preserved. Your supply of materials and tools are inadequate, not enough for us to conduct our business. 50 tons of carbon alloys and aluminium, was that not the original deal? Increase it by a tenfold, and you got yourself a deal. The man said, almost demandingly. The Fatetress chuckled, right, you want me to supply 10 times more the amount with 10 times less the budget. Oh, you must have been inhaling quite the narcotic earlier this morning, haven't you, Genji? Genji's expression remained prone, maintaining his composure as he replied, as I have iterated before, Rin-san, you are treading on a very thin rope with us. Every indecision will result in fatal consequences. Never pegged you for the type to make threats like that. The Fatetress let out a soft chortle. I'm not sure if I can meet your demands on time. Though, might want to lower the demand just by a bit. Genji's brows furrowed. Rin-san, the rumors circulating around you and your exploits, don't you think it's important to keep those under wraps? Quote. Rin's expression dropped. What are you referring to? Don't you feel remorse for the affliction that you've inflicted on those poor little saplings? Genji feigned sorrow as his tone lowered. Oh. The anguish they must have faced. To think that their hero, the woman that they've looked up to for their entire lives, would turn against them and keep them captive inside of an enclosed space, where their screams remain unheard and their pleas are silenced. Rin clenched her fists. Get out. I would advise against raising your tone, as your legitimacy of being a hero is hanging on the balance. Soon enough, the world will know what you have. Fine. Rin slammed the table hard enough that a cleavage was formed from one end into the other. You want your goddamn raise. You'll get your goddamn raise. Just give me time to collect the materials, and we're set to go. Genji's lips slightly bent upwards, and she could have sworn that the smug bastard was smirking. He turned around, walking away without a word. Rin clenched her teeth as she said, wait. How'd you know? Rin uttered, her eyes bellowing her indignation. Genji then replied, the Yakuza have their ways. And then went out of the room without further altercations. Rin was left to her own devices, pondering about what course of action she should take next. Izuku stared at the mirror longer than he should. An eerie sight greeted him, the green mark that had been appearing on the left side of his face. It grew even thicker, like an ink blob smeared all over an empty slate. Days had passed, and there was still no sign of Kurogiri. Izuku wondered if Kurogiri had already kicked the bucket, but he still hoped, even with all the odds stacked against him. Izuku turned around to exit the bathroom. It's been hours. Days, even. He didn't count. His daily routine only consisted of refining his skills in maneuvering the blades and his mobility in combat. But other than that, all seemed hollow. All this talk about you being a prodigy, a voice cut through his train of thought. Only for him to loiter around like a moron with no purpose. He was greeted by the sight of a enraged Shigaraki sitting on a couch. Izuku simply averted the man's child, preferring to lay his mind elsewhere. But this idiot never knew when to stop. I don't know how much longer I should tolerate you, Shigaraki said, gripping the sides of the couch tightly, threatening to disintegrate it. You made me lose one of my finest and capable assets, and now you're stealing my thunder. Izuku decided to retaliate. First off, you didn't lose anything, as Sensei had stated multiple times, and in case you didn't get it at first, he's on sabbatical, whatever that means. Secondly, I'm not stealing anyone's thunder. At least not on purpose. Shigaraki grabbed the boy by his collar and pinned him against the wall. Any chance you could keep that flapping mouth of yours on check? I don't even talk that much. Shigaraki's lips curled dangerously. Oh, I don't like the way you talk back to me. What's with the hostility, though? I've done nothing but do good by you, Izuku said, pushing his body against Shigaraki's hold slightly. Your sensei was courteous enough to at least not torment me in my time here. I thought students are supposed to take after their masters. You don't treat dogs with courtesy. Shigaraki spat out. Izuku scoffed, then I suppose your sensei was wrong in how he treated you. What the fuck did you just? The door moved forward, halting their altercation abruptly. Shigaraki was rattled by the interruption, tilting his head towards whoever it was that opened the door. We're closed for the day, get lost. Good grief, you people can't go a day without starting another pointless scuffle. Jiren said, walking forward before closing the door. I see the newcomer is here this time. You, Shigaraki loosened his grip on Izuku, diverting his full attention to Jiren. I told you, we're not receiving visitors. Ah come on, an info broker's gotta do his job, Jiren retorted. Besides, you're gonna love this one. Shigaraki's arms twitched, as if he was contemplating to disintegrate this man into pieces or not. What do you want this time? Just wanted to fill you in about what's been going on with the Yakuza recently. Jiren sat on the chair near the bar desk arbitrarily. Your boss has his eyes set on one of their projects. I assume you already know. Project Mira, Shigaraki muttered. Something came up regarding this. Izuku's brow raised. Project Mira. What even was that? He didn't want to pry, but he couldn't help but get curious. They're upping the ante with this one. A little birdie came to me and said that they forced a well-known pro-hero to squander more of her resources with less pay. The balls they must have dragged all the way to her doorsteps, Jiren bemused, before continuing, anyway, with this, the project's going to be finished in about a year's time. Much earlier than the previous estimation. You might wanna play your cards right with this one. We can't just form an alliance with them right off the bat. Shigaraki then glared at Izuku. If I wasn't stuck babysitting this brat, I would have garnered enough men to consolidate the league's power and influence. Izuku simply rolled his eyes. Oh, don't be so sour. I'm sure the lad would be quite useful down the line, Jiren replied. Besides, you have my men at your disposal. A bunch of low-ranking villains not gonna do us any good, Shigaraki spat out. Ouch, Jiren feigned hurt, clutching his chest dramatically. Anyway, what's stopping you from striking a deal with them? Are you suggesting that we should come to their doorsteps without looking like a credible organization ourselves? It's all about the presentation. Understand, the presentation. We haven't done anything worthwhile for them to take us seriously, not to mention that we're lacking the manpower to do so. Shigaraki complained to himself, clenching his fists. We could supply them with weapons, yes, but who's to say that these ingrates wouldn't double-cross us when push came to shove? We have to give them the message that there are consequences to consider if they cross our boundaries. Jiren scratched his chin. Oh wow, the leader actually has tact this time. What a surprise. I'm simply using my common sense. Asshole. Shigaraki growled. Jiren simply laughed at that. Shigi and common sense don't mash well together. The fuck is that supposed to? Alright, calm down, Jiren tried to pacify him. Anyway, you sure you want to hold off from making a deal with the Yakuza? This could be your chance. No, and that's final. Tried consulting your boss first. Sensei said that everything that goes in here is my say. Shigaraki emphasized. Not yours, and certainly not that brat's. Mine, and mine alone. Jiren then said in a dismissive tone, yeah, whatever floats your boat, Shigi. Anyway, I was gonna ask you another thing. What? Quote, I was thinking that maybe me and that newcomer should go out for a drink, and a chat of course. Is that allowed? Jiren inquired. Shigaraki stared at Jiren, then back at Izuku. His gaze lingers for a while, before sighing, do whatever you want. Excellent. Midoriya, do you mind? No, Izuku shook his head. NY thing that gets me off this shitty bar, even if it's just for a little bit. Splendid. Let's go, shall we? Jiren then took Midoriya outside of the bar, leaving Shigaraki to muse to himself. That brat, Shigaraki muttered to himself. Hope he knows how to navigate the streets discreetly. The bar wasn't anything too fancy. It was a bit too filthy, but nothing that Izuku can't handle. He was used to filthy. All that was on his mind was, what did this guy want with him? Izuku watched as Jiren violently downed another round of whiskey. He was astonished by this man's innate tolerance to alcohol and its after effects. Perhaps it was a quirk. You're not drinking your fill, Jiren said a bit drunkenly. Let loose, kid. Izuku scoffed, I'm lavished. Oh, you're not the fun type, are you? Izuku simply shook his head. Right, this is the last round, promise. Jiren then downed another fill, feeling the burning sensation in his throat reverberating across it. Fuck, that's good enough. Izuku stared wordlessly at the table, not saying another word. Not every day I get to hang out with the Emerald Ghost himself. What an honor. Too bad he doesn't drink, Jiren nudged him on the shoulder. Izuku sighed. I'm a minor, sir. Does that matter? I think your innards are tough enough to handle a little sprinkle of alcohol regardless, Jiren chuckled. Shigi's been treating you well. Define. Well, I'll take that as a no. Jiren shook his head in disbelief. I don't know what the guy behind the television screen was thinking when he chose that guy as his successor. I mean, I get the desperation. But choosing a man-child of all people is a new low. I'm baffled myself, believe me, Izuku said ludicrously. Jiren slouched his arms over Izuku's shoulder, grinning as he said, fortunate enough. You won't have to worry about him anymore. Why's that? You'll be working with me. The boss is concocting a plan to kill All Might, and that involves you, Jiren explained. Oh, didn't tell you, did he? I'm all too familiar with his tendency to keep secrets. Izuku interrupted, no, he briefed me about the plan. Not about who I'm working with, though. Jiren's eyes widened a little, pulling his arms away from Izuku. You seem a little, I don't know, conflicted about this. Am I? Dunno. Just a hunch. Guys I know say that I'm quite keen on reading people just by their expression alone. Jiren then leaned forward, is your heart really into it? Izuku looked at him, his brow raised. What are you talkin'? Nah, it's fine. Forget I asked. Jiren waved him away dismissively. Then, he said again, by the way, Kurogiri's safe. In that instance, Izuku's head whipped to the side, meeting Jiren's eyes with a fierce gaze. He's staying over at my quarters for the time being, Jiren said. His tone a bit reassuring. Izuku then said, his tone slightly pleading, can I see him? Nah. Maybe not now. Jiren then stood up. It's the least I could do for now. Anyway, I gotta run. You take care, newcomer. Izuku was about to protest, but Jiren was already headed towards the exit. He sighed, then slung over the robe on the desk into his head. Wrapping it around him and covering a good portion of his body, including his mark and the blades on his back. The boy went outside of the bar, with the shade of the night looming over where he stood. He was met with the sight of the turbulent sky, indicating that it was about to rain soon. And it did. He sprinted forward, as the droplets began to increase their frequency. But then, his eyes caught something. No, someone. A child. Sitting on a bench with no adult to watch him over. Izuku stopped, eyes filled with concern. Should I help him? The question lingered on his mind. The urge was strong, but Izuku couldn't stay out here any longer. Someone was bound to catch him. Without thinking even further, Izuku approached the child. He gently crouched to the kid's level, lowering his tone as he asked, "Are you lost?" The kid lifted his head, meeting the gaze of the stranger with the veil. He nodded, before saying, "Why yes, I was walking with mommy, and then, I can't find her anywhere." Izuku placed his hand gently on top of the kid's shoulder. Do you know her description? Anything that stands out so we can try to find her. She's wearing, a headband, a red headband, and a red dress, the kid stuttered. Let's go and find her, Izuku said. But the kid refused, recoiling from Izuku's touch, much to his confusion. What's wrong? Please. I don't want to go anywhere, the kid said, almost pleadingly. Why? You shouldn't be out here. Bad people are everywhere, and you don't want to meet one, do you? Izuku said, his brow raised. Mommy told me that if I ever get lost, I should stay put, and not move. The kid explained. Why? Izuku inquired. The ghost, the kid shuddered as he said the name. The ghost is out there. I'm scared. I don't want him to hurt me the way he hurt those kids. He killed them. I saw the news. Izuku's face grew pale when he heard that. He composed himself, clearing his throat as he asked once again, what kind of images did you see? The kid sobbed uncontrollably afterwards. Izuku rushed in to console him. Hey, please, breathe. You're okay. This was his fault. I'm alone, the ghost, he'll kill me, tear me apart, limb from limb. That's not gonna happen, Izuku strongly assured, gripping the kid tightly. How can you be so sure? The kid asked with tears still sliding down his eyelids. Izuku stammered on his words, because I'll protect you. Will you? Izuku decided to gloss over the voice, focusing his attention only on the boy. The kid looked unsure. But, how? How are you going to? With my life, Izuku urged, gripping both of the kid's shoulders with his hands. I swear nothing's gonna happen to you. Izuku didn't know if his words invigorated the kid's trust in him. He just hoped for the best. Izuku couldn't just leave the kid here all alone if he decided otherwise. However, to his surprise, the kid slowly nodded. Promise. Izuku smiled. I promise. If the ghost finds us. The kid uttered the name like it's a bad omen. He then continued, you won't leave me. I'll face him head on, Izuku reassured once again. He offered the kid a hand up. Come on. Your parents must be worried sick about you. Then, the kid stayed close to Izuku's waist for the remainder of the trip. Izuku occasionally would peek at the child, who was clinging to him like a lifeline. It was ironic, wasn't it? You're a monster. Izuku was startled by the voice. This was not the time for this. He decided to keep the voices at bay. Izuku then decided to ask, do you know your parents' numbers? No, the kid shook his head. Why? They saw no reason to. I don't have a phone yet, the kid said. Izuku decided to ask once again, what's your name? Daisuke, he replied. Izuku simply nodded, noting it on his head. As they walked further, Izuku realized that he was probably running thin on time, but he couldn't leave Daisuke to wander the streets alone. The rain subsequently stopped after a while. He thought of handing him over to the local authorities, but it might complicate things. Izuku couldn't risk himself being seen, because his appearance was anything but inconspicuous, even with the veil wrapped around him. A few seconds later, however, he saw something that he didn't expect to see. In this city, least of all. It was the two strange men from before. The ones that visited him on the hospital and asked him questions. Then, something clicked in his mind. An idea. Yagi wasn't having the best day of his life. Other than the fact that he didn't sleep for 2 straight days, EY were no closer to the end of Izuku's trail. Or the ghosts, at least. He was surprised that Tsukauchi was still eager and fresh to solve the case. But as a hero, Yagi needed to be strong and steady. "How are you holding up, Naomasa?" Yagi asked. Tsukauchi sighed. "I tried asking the local residents, yet hardly any of them ever saw him in action. It's quite strange. I'm not lucky either here." Yagi clutched onto his forehead, massaging it at a slow pace. "Best description I got was that he had a green mark around his left eye." "Green mark?" Tsukauchi raised his brow. "Like a tattoo?" "I don't even know. The description is ambiguous at best." Yagi shrugged. "Wanna call it a day? I think I could use a little rest." Tsukauchi was cut off when someone approached them. He was wearing a veil that covered a good portion of his body. On top of it all, he was with a child. Yagi noticed this as well. "Naomasa, am I going crazy, or is that guy approaching us?" "Don't assume things. He's probably just..." Tsukauchi yet again cut himself off. "Wait, never mind, he definitely is approaching us. Better to stay alert, then," Yagi suggested. The mysterious figure stopped walking. His grasp loosened around the kid's hand. He then cleared his throat, before speaking in a peculiar, weak voice. "I'm a sickly old man. I can't stand the environment of the outside world. Please, take care of this kid for me." Tsukauchi's brow furrowed. "Wait, please. He is lost. He can't find his parents. I want to help him, but I can't." The man tried to reason with them. "If you both have the slightest decency, the least you could do is take him to the police department." Yagi stepped to the front, agreeing. "All right, fine. Leave him to us. Toshinori. It's fine. We can look after a kid all right." Yagi took the kid by his hand and pulled him to his side. He then lifted his head, staring at the man's concealed eyes beneath the veil. He could see them faintly, but not clear enough to make anything out of it. Yagi squinted his eyes, though. He tried to decipher something, because something definitely feels off. "Is there something else that you need?" the man asked politely. Then, there it was. A shade of green, extending from the upper side to the lower side of the eyelid. It couldn't be. Before he could get a better look at him, the man hastily ran to the opposite direction. "Wait." Yagi tried to chase after him, but his lungs burned. He couldn't. Blood seeped out of his mouth as he attempted to run again. "Toshinori." Tsukauchi ran after his friend, holding him by his shoulder. "What's wrong?" The kid looked at them, confused. Yagi wipes the blood from his lips, his eyes trained on the kid. "We may have just found our #1 lead to the Emerald Ghost." It had been a few days or so since the encounter with that person who could possibly be the Emerald Ghost himself. And yet, the kid's parents were no show. They tried asking Daisuke about where he lived, but he couldn't recall his address. They also tried contacting his parents, but none of them returned the call. Yagi stayed by his side all day, consoling him, yet his tears had yet to end. Tsukauchi was still out there, gathering evidence, but his efforts were gratuitous. They weren't going to see the end of this anytime soon. Yagi couldn't just question the kid right off the bat. He needed some time to gather his bearings. And even then, it would be a long time before any of that could happen. Yagi kept the boy by his side at all, never letting go, muttering, "It's okay," and "let it out," occasionally. Then, against his expectations, the boy spoke for the first time. "Mr." Yagi's eyes shot up in shock. "Yes, young man." The boy pulled himself from the older man's embrace, fidgeting, seemingly shy to speak. Yagi smiled. "You can tell me anything you want, young man." Daisuke relented for a moment, but after a while, he spoke. "The kind boy said that you were good people." Yagi's eyes perked up. This was the first time that Daisuke had spoken of the mysterious figure that Yagi had just encountered days before. Yes, in the simplest terms, we are. Why? Daisuke looked at the floor. Then back to Yagi, then back to the floor again. Young man, Yagi asked. The truth is, Daisuke choked on his own words, trying his best to continue. My mommy never loved me. Yagi frowned. Placing his hand gently on Daisuke's shoulder, she never did. Daisuke shook his head, she never loved my little sister either. She gave her away. I know she said that she sent her to a better place, but I didn't believe a squat of it. Yagi listened intently. Yagi-san, Daisuke began hesitantly. If it's not too much for you, could you try to find my little sister for me? Yagi stayed silent for a moment. For one, he didn't know how his sister looked like, nor did he know about her name. It was all blurry. Not to mention that he had the ghost thing to deal with. But he couldn't say no. He was a pro-hero. The pro-hero. The be-all and end-all of the hero industry. With the sincerest smile that he could muster, he replied, I'll help you. The kid's eyes brightened, a smile creeping into his face. Yagi then asked, but first off, what's her name? It's Before the boy could finish, the door to the room opened, revealing an exhausted Tsukachi. Toshinori. Tsukauchi's eyes then landed on the boy. Daisuke-kun. Daisuke politely smiled through his red puffy eyes. I see that you've calmed him down, Toshinori, Tsukauchi said, putting his bag down on the couch. I'm glad. Does that mean? Naomasa, Yagi gave him a warning glare. Not now. He's not ready yet. Daisuke stood straight up, smiling as he did. No, it's fine. Yagi-san said he'd help me. So I'll help you too with whatever it is that you need help with. Both of the older men stared at the boy, confounded by his abrupt declaration. My boy, are you sure about this? Yes. Tsukauchi took a deep breath before saying. If the boy says yes, then it's a yes. You worry too much, really, Toshinori. Tsukauchi then crouched down to the boy's level. Now, I'm gonna ask you a few questions. And I need you to be honest with me, okay? I don't want to put pressure on you, but this is necessary. There's a kid out there that needs our help, your help. Daisuke nodded. Okay. I'll answer your questions truthfully. First, the person that you were with a few days ago, did he say anything that might stick out to you? Tsukauchi asked as he brought out his notebook and pen. Daisuke thought for a moment, before saying. He seemed pretty determined to protect me, but other than that, no. Truth. Tsukauchi wrote that on his notebook, before asking again, how old did you think he was? Judging by his voice, Daisuke scratched his hair. I don't know. He sounded young. I thought he was an old guy at first. Truth. Tsukauchi nodded, adding more things into his notebook. Then, he asked again. What can you make out of him? What? Daisuke asked, confused. Let me reiterate. Tsukauchi cleared his throat, before saying, what do you think of his personality? He was kind, Daisuke replied, very kind. He wanted nothing but for me to be safe. Truth. Tsukauchi nodded thoughtfully, resting his chin on the tip of his pen. Before he could say anything further, Daisuke beat him to the punch, also. There was something odd that I noticed with him. Tsukauchi raised his brow. Please, do tell. He seemed a bit distraught when I mentioned the ghost. That was when something clicked in Tsukauchi's mind. Daisuke continued, the poor kids from the television must have been his friends. Truth. Tsukauchi exchanged looks with Yagi, nodding to each other as they did so. He looked back to the boy. Smiling as he patted him on his head. Thanks kid, you've helped us a great deal today. The kid's face brightened with a smile. Tsukauchi then turned his attention back to Yagi. Have you contacted his parents yet? They changed their numbers, Yagi sighed. There's also this other thing. This kid's parents might be up to some shady stuff. Tsukauchi raised his brow. How do you mean? I'll explain later, but I agreed to help him on some matters, Yagi replied. Anyway, Nezu called. He said he needed me for something, so might be a good time to go back for now. What about this case? Tsukauchi pointed at his notebook. We're getting close to finding out who the Emerald Ghost is in. That's the thing, Yagi interrupted. There's a new transfer student. I've seen the description, his quirk. It lines up with everything that we know about the Emerald Ghost. It might be a good time for me to go there and investigate for myself. Are you saying that? I have a good reason to believe so. Yagi replied. Young Midoriya has always been a sucker for all things heroic related. We don't even know if he's the Emerald Ghost, Tsukauchi added. It's likely. Not certain. But not impossible either, Yagi clenched his fists. My intuition tells me to go and investigate this, transfer. Student. Right, Tsukauchi sighed. What about Daisuke? He's coming with us. Seeing how he has no one to go back to here, Yagi replied. Daisuke smiled at Yagi, to which he returned the gesture. He wrapped his arms around the hero, embracing him warmly. Yagi rubbed circles on his back. Tsukauchi snickered, I didn't know you were good with kids, Toshi. Usually you'd stutter and scare them away. Yagi glared daggers at Tsukauchi, to which he responded by laughing even more. Daisuke pulled away. Before saying, thanks, Yagi-san. No problem. It's what a pro hero would do, Yagi smiled. Wait, you're a pro hero. The second the boy said that, Yagi coughed up blood. He made a blunder. Tsukauchi only slapped his forehead in response. Spoke too soon. What's wrong, Yagi-san? Are you sick? Yagi frantically shook his head. I'm okay, I'm okay. I have a disease, but it'll heal soon. Don't worry. Daisuke simply nodded. You said you were a pro hero, right? Oh right. Which one are you? I've never seen you before, Daisuke asked. Yagi scrambled for words. His mind working itself to find a loophole around this. You see, I'm not a pro hero. I was just following the example of pro heroes. See, I'm like, a big fan of them. Especially heroes like All Might, Endeavor. Best Genist, you name them. They're exemplary, aren't they? Tsukauchi covered his face from the sheer secondhand embarrassment that he was feeling at the moment. My god, please stop talking. Single quote. Oh, yeah, I understand, Daisuke nodded. For a second, I thought you were one of the pros. Would have been cool. Yagi let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he hadn't. T obliviously spilled his secrets like an idiot yet. Key word, yet. Yagi was met with Tsukauchi's disappointed gaze when he turned his head over to him. Yagi could only smile sheepishly, scratching his head. Where have you been? Izuku was greeted by a rattled Shigaraki in front of the doorsteps. I've been with Jiren, what do you think? Izuku answered coldly, unwrapping the veil around his body. Am I not allowed to unwind or something? Shigaraki growled, I couldn't care less about that. Sensei had just given me information regarding your upcoming covert mission on UA. Spill it, Izuku drawled. Sitting on the chair near the bar desk. Shigaraki frowned at Izuku's audacity of speaking to him that way, but he brushed it off, surprisingly, and continued, considering that words about. Your physical traits are starting to spread, including that stupid green mark on your left eye. He's considering to do a slight revamp of the plan. Like what? Like the fact that you're going to fake a fucking mental disorder. Shigaraki spouted. Izuku's jaw slightly dropped. Come again. Those NPCs from the Akuma academics or whatever are working on adding that to your fake records. Body dysmorphic disorder. That's the name of the illness, Shigaraki explained, leaning against the wall as he did. Now I don't know what that means, and I don't want to know either, so it's up for you to study it. Wait, you can't just tell me to fake a mental disorder without elaborating. Izuku pressed into the matter, standing up. What am I supposed to do? Shigaraki sighed, all I know is that you're going to use this illness as an excuse to cover your body. Completely. Without having to cater to UA's constricting rules when it comes to outfits and stuff. Oh. Izuku knew little about the illness. But he knew enough to know that faking a mental disorder like this would require him to act like his body is a bad omen. Okay, I get it. Shigaraki tossed the glass from his hand as he retreated back to his room. Good. 'Cause I don't want to speak to you further. I'm going back to my room to play some video games. Thanks, I guess, Izuku said. What fucking ever. Shigaraki slammed the door to his room aggressively. Izuku stared wordlessly at the door for a moment. Body dysmorphic disorder, he muttered. He kicked a can stranded on the floor out of frustration. What a pain, he lamented. Then, he looked at the picture of himself and his mother that he kept in his pockets, and tearfully smiled. I hope you're okay. Katsuki hadn't felt so empty before. Other than the fact that Deku, no, Izuku, was apparently missing, his mom was also giving him the cold shoulder. She never bothered to greet him when he's standing on the doorway. Had he really messed up that bad? That was an understatement. He had definitely, undisputably, fucked up. Bothered by the vacuum-like environment of his room, Katsuki bursted out of his room, clenching his fists as he did so. Masaru had bailed him out of the juvenile jail. He didn't deserve it. A little bit of repercussion was good for him to take the time to reflect on himself and everything that he'd ever done. Out of the corner of his eyes, he spotted Mitsuki walking to the kitchen. Katsuki contemplated to approach her, to salvage whatever is left of their already strained relationship. Katsuki rushed to Mitsuki's direction, causing her to look in his direction. He didn't say anything, though. His mouth flopped up and down, but he couldn't get the words out. "What do you want?" It wasn't even a question. It was a demand guised as an inquiry. As if she was telling him to go away. Katsuki struggled to get the words out. A few moments later, he spoke, "How have you been?" Mitsuki looked at him for a moment, before saying, "Never better." Katsuki frowned at that. He then sat at the chair near the kitchen, remaining silent for the next few minutes while Mitsuki was cooking. Then, Katsuki broke the silence with a simple, "I'm sorry." Mitsuki stopped what she was doing, tilting her head slightly to meet Katsuki's gaze. She scoffed, "You've said that already." "I know." Katsuki couldn't make eye contact with his mom. "I'm still sorry." "Then all is forgiven." There was a certain level of bitterness in her voice that made Katsuki believe that it wasn't genuine at all. "You don't mean that," Katsuki insisted. "Of course I do," Mitsuki said. "Even after all that's happened, you're still my son. Is that what you thought when you told the old man that you were considering to disown me?" Katsuki said, his tone laced with indignation. Mitsuki stopped what she was doing altogether, moving her gaze to Katsuki. "Yes. Call me a nosy asshole, because I was eavesdropping on the conversation between you and the old man the whole time." Katsuki gripped the table tightly. Mitsuki was silent for a moment, before chuckling bitterly, "Oh, Katsuki, it's not like you don't deserve it." "Wah. How was school? Did anyone ask about where Izuku is? About what happened to him?" Mitsuki clenched her teeth. "No. Does that give you any idea about how hard he had it? Were you there for him? Did you even think for a second what your actions would cause him?" "Mom." Mitsuki slammed the kitchen table, interrupting her, "Don't call me that. I am not your mother." Katsuki's lips quivered as she dropped the bombshell. "We shouldn't even be having this conversation." Mitsuki yelled as she approached Katsuki. "Izuku may not be my flesh and blood, but I loved him like a son. I'd even say I loved him more than I ever loved you." Katsuki stood straight up. Tears threatened to escape his eyes. "What about Inko, What about the fact that she's going to be paralyzed permanently because she bruised your ego?" Mitsuki screamed even louder. Katsuki shouted back, "I said I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't fucking cut it." Mitsuki slammed the table near the kitchen, "It's not gonna bring Izuku back. And it certainly won't bring Inko back." Katsuki pleaded desperately, "Mom. Please. Get the fuck out of my sight before I lose it," Mitsuki demanded. Tears blurred his vision as he began to beg, "Mom, please, forgive." "There's no forgiveness for you," Mitsuki coldly stated. "Now get out of my sight." Katsuki stared at Mitsuki for a moment, before storming out of the kitchen. He let out an explosive blast from his hands as he propelled himself through the roof, creating a large hole on the ceiling. Maybe he did deserve this. Fuck this. Izuku couldn't be more ecstatic as he saw the All Might figurine resting in his hands. Izuku tilted his head towards his mom, smiling as he did, "Is this really for me? And a lot of other merchandise that I'm planning to buy for you." "Yes," Inko smiled, patting her son gently in his back. "But don't get too excited yet. You still need to catch up on your studies, and if you slack off," Inko clicked her tongue teasingly. Izuku chuckled, "Of course not, Mom." "Good." Inko stood up, her face beaming up as she said again, "Come on, up you go. Dinner is ready." Katsuden. Izuku jumped straight up from his crouched position, excited at the thought alone. "Best day ever." Inko shook her head as Izuku was headed towards the dining room, "That boy. Leave it to him to exaggerate things." Both of them sat at the dining table, eating their fill. Izuku then spoke, "Mom." Inko's brow raised, "Yes, hun. Thanks," Izuku said in a genuine tone. "You know, for all of this. You didn't have to, after what happened." "Oh no, baby," Inko shook her head, smiling as she did. "What kind Of mom would I be if I let you wallow in that empty room of yours for eternity? Of course I had to spice some things up for you. Izuku simply nodded, as they both continued to eat in peace. After finishing their fill, Inko began. How's Katsuki? Izuku's expression shifted grimly as he heard that name. This brought concern, of course. Zuku. What's wrong? The boy swallowed the lump in his throat before replying, he's fine. I don't know, I'm not convinced. Inko squinted her eyes. She pressed into the matter even more, is he? Izuku looked conflicted. His eyes trailed off somewhere, avoiding his mother's gaze. A flicker of terror briefly appeared, but he quickly whipped it away with his hand. Izuku, Inko leaned forward. Please, don't withhold whatever it is that's troubling you from me. Walk me through it, slowly. The boy finally met his mother's gaze. He's been distant. Inko raised her brow. What? Ever since the doctor said I was quirkless. Izuku tried his best to compose himself. He's been avoiding me. Izuku sniffed, shaking his head as he continued. I don't mind, of course. I mean, who'd want to be friends with a quirkless failure like me? He couldn't hold it anymore. Tears began to slide down his cheeks. Inko sat beside Izuku, shifting closer to him. Zuku. Look at me. Izuku looked at Inko with a saddened look. Inko smiled at him, and said, you're not a failure. Quirkless doesn't mean incapable. You are a capable person, Izuku, I know it. But. No ifs, ands, or buts, Inko sternly said. I want you to instill in yourself the belief that you are a capable person, that you are intelligent, and that you're still worth something. Besides, it's not like all hope is lost. You may be quirkless, but the quirk doesn't make the hero. It's the person. You really think so? Izuku asked for reaffirmation. Inko nodded, and of course, it'd be more dangerous, but whatever path you choose, I'm with you. Izuku looked at his mother thoughtfully. With a smile, Izuku quickly hugged her tightly, crying to her chest. Inko simply rubbed circles in her son's back, smiling compassionately. It was only fair, after the immense disappointment she caused him days before. Oh, and she was going to give Katsuki a piece of her mind. Being quirkless didn't excuse his behavior towards her baby. He'd been nothing but kind to him. I'll become a hero, Mom, Izuku declared, pulling away from her embrace. That's the path that I choose. I'll do whatever it takes to become one. Inko then decided to add, whatever it take. Include putting me out of the picture. She smiled teasingly. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he frantically shook his head, and no. Of course not. Why would you? Relax Zuku, I was only messing around, Inko chuckled. Izuku laughed along, you're the worst, Mom. Inko then looked at the clock, before saying, I think it's time for you to go to bed. Izuku sighed. I will. I'm a bit tired, anyway, he said as he yawned. Stretching his arms out, he then stood and headed towards his bedroom. Good night, Mom. I love you. Inko returned the show of affection. Love you too, kiddo. She was tired herself, so she immediately walked in the direction of her bedroom. Before she could completely enter her room, she caught a glimpse of a picture. A picture of her, Izuku, and a third boy. Oh, how she badly missed him. Inko was awake from what seemed like a split second after she was out. A nurse was tending to her from the right side, and the doctor was on her left. Her mind was disoriented. She couldn't remember what happened prior to her awakening. She tried to move her feet, but couldn't. Where? She muttered. The doctor smiled at her. You're finally awake, Ms. Midoriya. He bowed to her slewly. What happened? Inko asked, trying her best to move her legs. Why can't I? My legs feel numb. An inkling of dread filled her when the doctor opened his mouth to explain. We've examined you while you were in a comatose state for months now, and I must inform you with a heavy heart that you are currently suffering a form of paralysis called paraplegia, a disease that renders the lower parts of one's body immobilized. A cure is not certain, but treatment may help. We've planned out an extensive therapy for you, if you are willing. Inko's heart dropped, though about a certain person outweighed her fear about herself. My son, Izuku, where is he? The doctor and the nurse exchanged looks, as if contemplating whether they should tell her or not. The nurse began. The doctor finished for her. I'm sorry to say this, but during the time that you were asleep, Izuku has been missing for a few months. Inko's expression plummeted. What do you mean, he's missing? The heart monitor beside her began to beep incessantly. Ma'am, please, calm down, the doctor rushed to her side. I assure you, the authorities are still working on this case. For a few months, Inko screamed. No, it couldn't be. My baby wouldn't, he promised, he. Let's put your worries aside for now, shall we? For now, let's focus on your recuperation, the doctor suggested. Inko shook her head. I don't have the money for it. I'm sorry. Just get me a wheelchair, I'll pay the fees when it's convenient. Actually, the doctor cleared his throat as he relayed the information to her. Your treatment has been covered by one of our entrusted benefactors, Hisashi Foundation. Special courtesy from the CEO himself. Inko squinted her eyes and the realization dawned on her. My husband. But he's overseas. I don't what? It seems that even from a distance, your husband still deeply loves you, the doctor smiled. Don't take it for granted. Inko snorted, crossing her arms as she said, I'd appreciate the gesture if not for the fact that our son is missing. Does he even know? He does, the doctor confirmed, and he's involved with the investigation. He and the authorities are doing their best to find Izuku. And as for you, he told us that you are to stay here and recuperate. Inko took a deep breath, before saying, am I supposed to trust him? After he ditched me us a few years back. I haven't even. Look, can you put him online? We need to talk. After years of absence, he can't just come back and act as if he is a part of our life now. Communication is important, and I can't just entrust the safety of my baby to someone who couldn't be bothered to give us a visit all those years ago. The doctor was silent for a bit. He looked at the nurse, before returning his gaze back to Inko. If it's within our power, we will. However, we can't guarantee you that we would be able to put him online for you. Midoriya Hisashi is a very busy man, and I'm sure you can understand that. Just try, okay? That's the least you could do, Inko calmly said. And give me updates about Izuku. Please, at least relay a message to the authorities that I am owed this information. The doctor nodded. We will. Anything else that you need? Nothing else, thank you, Inko shook her head, smiling. Maybe a cup of tea, if you don't mind. The nurse on the right side chimed in. Of course, ma'am, she said before exiting the infirmary room. Inko then said to the doctor, when will we start this extensive therapy? A few days from now, at best. You still need to rest for a little bit, the doctor replied. Inko sighed, we can do it tomorrow. Isn't that a bit too fast? The doctor asked. I can't just stand idly by. Why? My son is out there without a mother to watch him over. He's still young and I can't bear the thought of ever. Inko trailed off, her mind concocting some of the most deplorable scenarios that it could muster. The doctor looked at her for a while and sighed. We'll see what we can do about it, as the specialist that we're calling over is not guaranteed to be available for tomorrow's schedule. Thanks. That's all I need. Inko nodded with a smile. The doctor did likewise. Before exiting the room, Inko was left to her own devices, to the peace and quiet of the infirmary room. She looked at the television briefly. A news headline pampered at the bottom of the rectangle screen. Emerald Ghost is still at large, a result of PRO heroes being lenient. Another day, another expedition. And, as per usual, things spiraled out of control. Looking at the blood dipping from the tip of his blades, Izuku immediately unsheathed them, walking past the myriad of corpses. They were the worst of the worst. Human traffickers, rapists, murderers. Izuku thought. It was fine, right? Izuku closed his eyes, holding his breath. The smell of iron was tugging at his nostrils like a tender fabric, lipping through the gaps like a wolf in sheep's clothing. It didn't matter how many times he tried to convince himself. None of this felt right. He wasn't this. He didn't envision himself as a walking murder machine roaming around without facing the consequences of his actions. But what can I do, honestly? Single quote. Izuku sighed, his back slightly hunched to the front. The only path to take is through. He repeated the sentence in his mind over and over again like a mantra. Then, something split between the air, and a swirling dark mist encircled the empty space. Izuku knew it was his cue to come back. Like a trinket in his master's cumbersome grasp. As he passed through the dark mist, he was greeted by a familiar sight. Kratos, all for one said the name with delight. You have done splendidly well today. Izuku didn't so much as utter a word. Gratitude has no place in here. All for one's smile lessened a little. I see that you're as sour as usual. Izuku was about to bite back with a snarky remark, but he held it in. All for one snorted, before continuing, how was your today's expedition? Enlightening, Izuku simply stated. All for one frowned at that. I see. Am I done foe? Are the day or is there anything else that I should do? Izuku asked. I'm sure you're aware of the upcoming entrance exam that will take place tomorrow, all for one inquired. Izuku nodded. And RF. Rens at Akuma Academy of Heroes have already put certain additions to your files, all for one leaned forward. I expect you to act accordingly once you step into the threshold of the most prestigious hero school in the entire country. Izuku nodded again. I believe I don't have to wiggle the stakes in front of you. All for one placed his palms in each of the armplaces of his seat. There is no place for failure, Midoriya. Oh yes. Always with the threats, Izuku thought bitterly. Izuku stood straight, maintaining eye contact with the monster in front of him. He nodded once again, affirming his resolve. Dismissing himself, Izuku turned around to exit the cramped room. But all for one stopped him. Wait. I almost forgot. Izuku stopped shortly after. Your blades, it's imperative that they stay with you at all times. All for one firmly stated. They are a part of who you are now. Izuku saw a problem with this as he said, what if someone sees them? All for one then stretched out his hand. Forming a purple orb hovering a few inches away from his palm, I will lend you a quirk that will assist you with this particular problem. The quirk to render an object invisible for a determined amount of time. All for one placed his palm on Izuku's forehead, and he could feel a surge of power coursing through his vein. Think of the object that you want to impart its power on, and it will disappear at your command. All for one said. Izuku did as all for one said, and it happened as he said it would. The blades were no longer sitting on his back. The effect of the quirk will we are out 7 hours after its initial use, and it'll be a few hours even more before you could use it again, so be mindful, all for one reminded. Izuku nodded, before saying, anything else before I go? All for one gestured for him to go. Izuku was then headed to the encircling mist in front of him. As he was released from the smothering ambience of all for one's lair, he was now back in the bar. Tomorrow was going to be a big day for him. The visceral darkness broadened its range, obscuring her vision as a whole. She didn't know how long she had been stuck in here. Had it been days, months, years, even, all hopes of her ever escaping this hell were already diminished. No one was coming to save her from them. She could only weep. Weep for the despair that this will bring her brother. Weep for the suffering she had to endure for years to come. How they dissected her, cut her piece by piece, only to be reassembled again. Her quirk was a curse, they said. She was the reason her father died, they said. There was truth to them. With only a touch, she could annihilate anything from existence. Such volatile power is not to be left in the hands of a naive girl like her. The door opened, revealing a man with a coat and a bird mask advancing towards her. The man said nothing further as he dragged her back to her feet, forcing her to come with him. Come now, don't resist, the man said, scoffing as he did. You wouldn't want me to put these gloves off, would you? She stayed quiet. Anything but the pain those hands could inflict on her. To be destroyed and put back together again. She didn't retaliate any further. Keeping still as the man led her to another room. A testing ground, to be exact. The room was vast, with square patterns adorning the walls like pretty trinkets. Sitting at the center was a tube-shaped machine with sparks of electricity rapidly growing in intensity. Atop it, the words were written, Project Mira. No. Are they going to? Oh, don't be so nervous, the man said. In the end, you'll be just as new. Like always. She shook her head. Anything but the pain. Anything but the unbearable, abhorrent. Listen here, the man gripped her by her shoulder tightly, slightly bruising it. This is your chance to make things right and rectify the wrongs that you did with your quirk. She shook her head even more rigorously, writhing a soft, please. I'm presenting you with two choices. The man crouched down to her level. To remain a curse, or to break out of the status quo. She looked at the man intently. To be a curse, or to stop being one. Even if it's painful, the man said. his sinister figure closing in. You deserve it, don't you? After what you did to Daddy dearest. It struck her where it hurt the most. Besides, you'd be doing the world a favor, the man exclaimed. Your pain is for the salvation of the entire world. A ransom for many, as one would say. She could do something right for a change. Yes, she would. Even if it was painful, she deserved it. After what she did, her miserable existence could be exploited for the greater good of everyone else. Then, she made a resounding decision to not retaliate. She nodded, complying. The man stood up. His lips curled malignantly. Good choice, Eri. Quote. Then, all that followed afterwards was pain. Excruciating, unbearable pain, as her body parts were disassembled into every direction. Izuku entered the gates of the UA grounds, his body covered by the brown veil slung over from his head all the way down to his feet. Murmurs of suspicion rang in the air, but he paid them no heed. Once upon a time, the boy would be happy beyond words for being able to finally step into the grounds of the most renowned hero. School in the entire country, but it just felt vacant. There was no thrill, no excitement that he could speak of pumping his heart. Like the sound of a droplet splashing against the ground in a secluded household, all he felt was silence at the back of his mind. His train of thoughts were cut when he bumped into someone. Izuku's head tilted towards the person who he just jostled into. It was a girl with a brown hair and a round-like face, a permanent blush etched into each side of it. The girl yelped, before taking a step back. Sorry. Didn't mean to crash into you like that. Izuku simply shook his head, providing no verbal reply. Are you one of the examinees here? The girl asked with a nervous smile. You don't look like you're from around here, heh. Izuku only replied with a nod. The girl looked around to see if there were anyone who was looking at them. But they all seemed to be busy with themselves. Then, she said, alright. Good luck to the both of us, then. She decided to waltz away into the front doors of the UA building. Izuku could only shake his head. What an odd exchange. Izuku decided to continue forward, walking towards a large room with a stage at the very front. He then sat in the middle row of the entire seating, waiting for the others to follow suit. However, something unexpected happened. A kid sat on his right, and as he tilted his head towards who it was that was sitting besides him, lo and behold, it was Bakugo Katsuki. Just as he thought the day couldn't get even more awkward, he was now seated next to the very person that indirectly caused all of the misfits that had been happening to him for the past few months. I guess it isn't fair to blame him completely, but goddamn. After a long while of silence. Kill him. Izuku shook his head, feeling the tremendous pressure of his quirk. Not now. Lucky for him, the sound of a man screaming through the entire arena cut him out of his trance. A man with a black jacket, a tall collar, and a directional speaker obstructing the view of his neck spoke to the participants there with enthusiasm. Hello, my lively and strong examinees. Welcome to my one and live show. Everybody say HEEEEEYYYY. Quote. Silence reigned in the air, with only the sound of a cough accompanying it. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the ludicrosity of the situation. The man at the front began to explain about how the practical exam would go down. Apparently, they were going to be assigned to destroy as many villain bots as they could in a replica of a city district area. But then, someone stood up and interjected, "Excuse me, sir. Pardon me for the interruption. But the handout explicitly listed 4 types of villain bots rather than 3. Such tardiness is unbecoming of a National Academy of UA's caliber." The kid then turned his head over to Izuku. Moreover, you. Yes, you. The aloof one with the brown veil. Have you no shame for yourself? Your appearance is anything but inconspicuous. It's unmodest and unfitting for a student in a well-esteemed faculty like UA. If you're here only to disrupt the flow of the entire examination process, then I suggest you forfeit immediately. Izuku only raised his brow. Bakugo, on the other hand, let out a gruff grunt before saying, "Get off your high horse, 4 Eyes. You know damn well anyone can wear whatever the fuck they want just as long as they aren't wearing a goddamn short with Crocs for a pair of sandals." Izuku's eyes widened a little. Wow, did something possess him? Single quote. 4 Eyes didn't let that slide, however, as he continued, "I understand that the aloof one is your friend, but place Ease understand that in a circumstance like this, his choice of fashion serves as nothing but a distraction. Fuck off, you fucking elitist. Bakugo screamed. And I didn't say this guy was my friend. I don't even know him. Then why? Okay, listeners, pipe down, Present Mike interrupted their bickering. Thanks for your input, much appreciated, Examinee 7111. The fourth villain bot type you'll encounter is worth 0 point. That's why I didn't mention him at first. In simple terms, you can refer to them as an arena trap. The hero would drone on and on about how it was similar to an obstacle in a Super Mario Bros. Game. Did anyone even still play them? He was sure that the analogy would just fly over the examinees' heads. With his head held high and his arms spread out like an embrace, Present Mike concluded. That's all from yours truly. May you suffer graciously in your impending trials. As Napoleon would say, a true hero would never stop overcoming the misfortunes in life. Now, onto the main event. Let us do our best and, plus ultra, the competition like the champs we are. Izuku decided that his ears had enough of screaming for today. Present Mike entered the committee room, with teachers sitting on each of their assigned seats to watch the entrance exam behind an enclosed space. Aizawa was among many of them. Present Mike decided to sit beside him. Guess who I just saw today? The sleep-deprived man rolled his eyes. I know. My biggest bad omen of the year. He didn't seem all that bad, honestly, Present Mike replied. I mean, besides his supposed illness. It's really nothing that you can't handle. The little listener didn't even flinch when someone threw a shade at his choice of clothing. I suppose. Aizawa rested his hand on his chin, watching the students prepare themselves intently. But if I deem that he has 0 potential, he's done for. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Present Mike teased. Aizawa didn't respond. He only kept his eyes on the examinees. Especially the kid with the brown veil. Then, he realized something. Hey, where's Yagi anyway? Present Mike's eyes widened as he looked around to find him. Yeah, where is he? That's what I'm asking you. Aizawa deadpanned. If I were a betting man, I'd say he's out there taking a rain check on his duties again to give a 2-bit criminal the biggest beatdown of their life. Present Mike replied with a sly smile. Aizawa massaged the temple of his head while saying, I swear, that man is the height of irrationality. Inko wasn't having the best day of her life. Other than the fact that her son was missing, the therapy today wasn't very fulfilling. She couldn't manage to take more than a couple of steps, and she needed extensive assistance. At this rate, how was she ever going to contribute to the investigation? She needed to. Izuku was her world, her only purpose in life. Ever since Hisashi. Inko whipped her tears away with a shake of her head. She needed to stay calm. Then, the door opened. A doctor came inside with an envelope in his hand. Inko raised her brow, wondering what could the doctor want with her at this time. Apologies for the intrusion, but I have something that you might want to see, the doctor said. It's from your husband. From my husband? She asked. Yes. Truth to be told, it was given to us a few weeks after you were hospitalized. We were told not to open it until an appointed time. The doctor explained. Inko received the letter gently. I'll leave you to read the letter, the doctor politely excused himself, as he promptly exited the infirmary room. Inko rubbed the envelope tenderly. Then, she unwrapped it to see the contents inside. The shock that she felt was indescribable. Her heart sunk as she read the words letter by letter. Worst of all, the paper was soaked with tear stains. It wasn't from her husband. It was from Izuku. Mom, I know that the chances of you waking up is thin, but I'm writing this just in case. First of all, I want to let you know that I'm doing fine. Well, for the most part anyway. It's dumb luck that I can even write this to you to begin with. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. I know. When the time comes for you to read this, you'd want me to go home, but I can't. Not anymore. I've gone far too deep into this life that going back to you would just put you in further danger. You don't want that. I don't want that. A very, very bad man is out there for me. I can't ever be near you. Please, don't be disheartened. I don't want to hurt you. That's the last thing that I want to do to you. I love you, Mom. More than anything. That's why I'm not coming back. Because I love you. I'm sorry if I haven't been the best son to you, or if I didn't make you proud enough. I just wish I could be better. This is my chance to make things right. You've always protected me, even when the odds were against you, and I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to have you as my mother. Now it's my turn to protect you. Once again, I'm really sorry. Please, for your sake, don't give this letter to anyone. I was only allowed to send you this letter with Dad's name. Weird, right? Anyway, please, Mom, keep this letter a secret. I love you, Mom. Don't you ever forget that. Your dearest son, Midoriya Izuku. After she finished reading the content, her heart swelled with the most unimaginable pain that she had ever felt. Tears began to uncontrollably swim down her cheeks, as she held the letter close to her chest. No, no, no. Izuku, why did you? She needed to tell someone, but that bad man. Who was he? What was his connection to Izuku? She was sure that if she told someone, Izuku would be in grave danger. But her heart couldn't handle it. What could someone possibly want from Izuku? Just as she was about to panic, the door opened, revealing the figure of a scrawny, blonde-haired man standing on the left side of the room. The man, who looked like a skeleton, cleared his throat before saying, ahem, ahem. Sorry for coming on such a short notice, Ms. Midoriya. Inko raised her brow. Who are you? I'm involved with the case to search for your son. The skeleton man moved forward. And I'm here to brief you about the situation and what we've found so far. Maybe in turn, you could tell me a little about the letter that the doctor just gave you. Wait, you can't just. How do I know you're not lying? The skeleton sighed. Looks like I'll have to jog your memory about me. Jog my memory. Ms. Midoriya, I may not look like him, but I'm someone that you used to know years ago, the skeleton began. Inko raised her brow. Who? I'm Yagi Toshinori, Yagi revealed, though it wasn't convincing at all. However, he did his best to convince her. He pulled out a card. That has his name and his occupation as All Might's secretary in it. The man that she had an affair with all those years ago. Inko was confounded by the hilarity of this nonsensical situation. You look skinnier than I remembered. A lot has happened since we last met, Yagi sighed. I assume you still don't believe me. You look malnourished. More than Toshi ever was. I mean, that buffoon never had any sense of self-preservation. But you. Inko squinted her eyes, before speaking again, are you telling me the truth? I still have this. Yagi then pulled out a necklace from his collar. You gave me this a few years back. Said that if I ever got lost, all I have to do is look at this necklace, and remember what we used to have. Inko's expression shifted painfully as she said, Toshi. Inko, Yagi called back. I'm sorry, I never planned to come here if it weren't for your son. No, Inko shook her head. I'm glad to see you. Even in this unfortunate circumstance. Inko then cleared her throat. Not wanting to dwell in the pleasantries before saying, you said you have something to share with me. Yagi nodded, before continuing, not much, but from what we've gathered, Izuku may or may not be a part of the UA faculty under the guise of a forged identity. Inko's eyes widened. He may also be linked to the infamous villain native to the city of Yokohama, the Emerald Ghost. Yagi dropped the bombshell. His eyes neutral. Inko covered her mouth in shock as she said, villain. My son. That can't be true. It's not true, is it, Toshi? There is still more evidence to be gathered, Yagi replied calmly. All my son's ever wanted is to be a hero. He's anything but a villain. Inko said in utter denial, clutching desperately to the small possibility that what Yagi said wasn't true. How did you even think that this was a possibility? Yagi sat beside the patient bed. Everything that we've heard, the eyewitnesses, his physical description, and most of all, he trailed off. Feeling as if he had almost spilled something. Inko insisted, however, his what? Yagi stayed silent, his eyes blank and adrift. His what, Toshi? Inko pushed even more. It's nothing, Yagi shook his head. Inko gritted her teeth. It's not nothing. It's never nothing with you when you make that face. Inko. His what? I deserve to know the truth, Inko pushed. After a long while of silence, Yagi conceded. His quirk, Yagi finally spilled the truth, causing Inko to reel with shock. But I know, Inko, it's a bit much to take in, but I'll get into that later. I promise, Yagi assured. Inko clutched the fabric of the mattress that was covering her feet. I deserve the truth. This is my son that we're talking about. And you will get it. Why not now? Inko pressed into the matter even more. You looked very eager to tell me. Because Yagi's face paled as he continued, I'm not ready for this conversation. My tongue just slipped, and… Toshi. Inko yelled. Please. Yagi's mouth remained unmoving for the next few minutes. His body rocked back and forth gently, as if he was nervous. Toshi. Yagi finally sighed. I will tell you, but in exchange for the letter. What about it? I need it for evidence, Yagi replied. My detective friend needs it to further advance the investigation. Inko reluctantly reached for the letter in her pocket. Then, she said, keep it under wraps, you hear me? Of course, Yagi nodded. Here, Inko handed him over the letter. Now, are you ready to tell me whatever it is that you were withholding from me? Yagi cleared his throat. Clearly, this was going to be the biggest decision of his life. Murmurs and gossip spread among the examinees. Izuku was among one of the topics of those gossips. I guess wearing a veil comes with a lot of hurdles. Izuku thought in his head. Hey, you, came the voice of a certain crude four-eyed individual. Including this one, apparently. Izuku turned around to be met by the hostile blue-haired student from before. Haven't you distracted these examinees long enough with your disconcerting external appearance? What are you even hiding behind that veil? It's none of your business. Izuku drawled, not making eye contact with the jerk. And the fact that they allowed you here with such blatant disregard for the appropriate dress code is beyond me, he droned on. Or maybe you should just do a background check before jumping to conclusions, Izuku simply said. The blue-haired kid uncrossed his arms. Is that so? He then scoffed, before turning around. Just try to be less of a nuisance from this point onward. Izuku clicked his tongue, the annoyance burning him from the inside. Thankfully, the loudmouth announcer finally did one of his screaming sessions. Hey, hey. What are you waiting for? There is no such thing as a countdown in real life. Situations. Go, go, go. Izuku walked forward as the announcer's voice shot through the air, his fists clenched. Disregarding the other contestants, he went on a full sprint into the gates, feeling the energy coursing through his veins. His feet propelled him forward, hitting the first villain bot that he could see. Unfortunately, his strike only caused a slight dent on the villain bot. Aw shit. Your quirk won't function as effectively as it did without the blades, All For One explained, his hands clasped in his lap. For that, you're going to have to learn how to hone your quirk and use it to its fullest extent without outside help. And as such, you have to focus into your anger, your rage. Those are what fuel your quirk. Quote. Izuku gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated due to his ineffective hits. This was a one-point villain bot, for crying out loud. As it swung its mechanical arms to the side, Izuku ducked under its trajectory, barely missing it. He'd been focusing on training with the blades so much that he'd forgotten to train with his own fists. He evaded another attack from the villain bot, twisting his hip to deliver a vicious kick to the upper part of the villain bot's body. It was starting to malfunction. Izuku leapt upward and landed on the robot's collar area. He began to pound on its nape, causing it to move in a way that it wouldn't. Pulling the wire from the inside, he began leading it to the more populated area of the city district replica. The examinees over there were busy garnering points for themselves. He pulled the wire harder, causing the villain bot to slam the ground repeatedly, destroying the nearby villain bots. Hey, not fair, one of the examinees said. Who said I had to be fair? Izuku thought smugly. The veiled boy noticed that the villain bot was shutting down. He saw his chance, before grabbing it by its leg, dragging it across the ground. He then used its immobile vessel to destroy the remaining robbers, throwing it to the nearby building. Izuku moved on to the other villain bots, though he didn't get his chance. They were already destroyed by the other students. The elitist, blue-haired asshole was the most prominent perpetrator. It had to be him. Izuku scoffed internally. He then moved to other parts of the area. Seeing another villain bot on the move, he advanced forward to try to destroy it. But a beam of energy shot through its torso, causing it to fall into the ground. Looking into the person who did it, it was a kid with blonde hair. He was doing a peculiar pose, also. Wait, that laser came out of his stomach. Merci. Nice distraction, he said, before sprinting into the other direction. Hey, wait, you, before he could finish. He could feel a vibration coming from his rear side. Izuku jumped just in time to dodge another attack from one of the villain bots. Oil sprinkled forth from the gaps in its arms. It looked damaged. As Izuku landed on the ground, he could feel the black substance sliding down his cheek. It reminded him of something vivid from his past. The feeling of tasting a person's blood and swallowing it. Then, power coursing through his veins. He was cut out of his trance when the villain bot attacked once again. Izuku evaded another attack, before driving his fingers through the gaps on the robot's torso. Then, he vehemently ripped it apart in half, feeling the strength inside him increasing. His strength was rapidly fluctuating due to the emotions brimming inside of him. Izuku made a weapon out of the pieces that he just ripped from the robot, using them to his advantage. Charging forward, he ardently slammed the pieces into one of the robots, causing it to some difficulties in moving its articulation. With a final axe slam, the robot's visor flickered, before shutting down completely. Izuku threw the pieces away, before rushing forward to destroy the next villain bot. However, the shape of this robot was unlike the ones that he'd faced before. A three-headed dog, standing firm between the buildings, and two unconscious examinees on each of its side. On the handout, this robot had the highest point of them all. Letting out a snarl, the robot sprung forward, using its claws to attack the boy. While dodging the onslaught of attacks, Izuku thought, "I don't recall this being legal in any hero school I know." Then again, this was UA. "We can do whatever the fuck we want and there's nothing that you can do about it," had always been their motto. Not to be confused with Plus Ultra, of course. Izuku caught one of its limbs, before spinning it around and throwing it to the wall. The robot quickly recovered, crawling on fours while delivering another barrage of vicious lightning speed attacks. Izuku hardly missed the trajectory of each attacks. He would occasionally stumble on his feet, causing the claws to graze his skin lightly. Shit. The Cerberus followed with a violent slam to the ground, creating a large cleavage that extended into two directions. Izuku had barely missed it, again. He would have died had he not dodged in time, or at least gravely injured. But then, Izuku was finally hit right in his temple by the canine's metallic knuckles, disorienting him momentarily. The robot took its chance to strike Izuku right where it struck him before, causing him to fall back. Another hit, and he was down for the count. Izuku was slipping out of his consciousness, as the robot raised its arm to deliver the finishing blow. But then, something clicked inside of him. A primal drive surfacing itself, emboldened him. A great surge of power coursed through his veins, as the emotions reeling inside him grew like a perpetual energy spark. He let out a guttural roar as he beat the robot to the punch, hitting him straight in its middle head, sending it sliding backwards. Seeing his chance, Izuku let out a yell as he read his own barrage of attacks to the Cerberus. With each hit, his strength rapidly increased. All for one then continued, and when you've reached the peak of your potential, the power behind your attacks would be amplified drastically. Let it consume you. Do not ever falter. Only set your mind on your purpose. To preserve, to kill, to vanquish those who stand in your way. Izuku was relentless. With every hit, the Cerberus began to crumble, its visor flickering like an obscured light. Izuku felt the flame blazing in his wrist, as though he was about to explode like an atom bomb. Izuku PPED apart each of the Cerberus's head shortly after, before landing on the ground, crushing one of its severed heads in H's grip. After the Cerberus collapsed into the ground, Izuku ran through multiple villain robots, sweeping through them like a scythe cutting through a tree trunk. Amidst the frenzy, one thing caught Izuku's attention. A large robot towering above the battleground began to advance forward. With each step, the ground shook. The arena trap. The examinees near him began to panic, trying to flee from the scene. Izuku was about to do the same when he saw someone trapped underneath a rubble. That round-faced girl from before. As if the day couldn't get any worse, the universe had to present him with two dire choices. To flee and leave that girl to die, or to save her. The girl yelped, trying to wriggle herself out of the cumbersome weight of the rubble. All for One's lips slyly curled as he leaned forward. No more playing hero, Midoriya. That day is over. All that's left for you to do is ready yourself for the new dawn. A dawn in which the ghost is ready to show itself for the world to see. Not today. Without thinking even further, he moved in the direction of the giant robot towering above the city. Hey, stay calm, alright. I'll deal with that thing in just a minute, Izuku called out after the girl. She simply nodded, looking surprised herself that somebody would even be bothered to help her to begin with. Izuku knew that this was a waste of time. Present Mike had made it pretty clear that the zero-pointer should not be confronted under any circumstances. Oh well, he was never the one to be compliant with rules and regulations. Izuku stared at the looming zero-pointer, clenching his fists as he did so. He tried calling out to his power. But another awakened instead. Green lightning zapped itself across his wrists, a surge of overwhelming power filling him. He leapt upwards, propelling himself rapidly towards the zero-pointer. With a thrust of his fist, a rippling shockwave was emitted by the impact, shattering the nearby buildings. Izuku was surprised himself by the force of his attack, yet he didn't know the source of this power. It felt foreign. It wasn't his. Izuku landed on the ground with the zero-pointed sprawled on the ground. He looked at the arm with which he used to destroy the zero-pointed. He might have had slightly broken his bones. The fact that the examinees near him was staring at him like he was some sort of bad artifact didn't make things better. Jesus fuck, what was that? A lot of thoughts plagued Izuku's mind. Other than the fact that he didn't lose his memories after using the quirk without the blades like last time, the power that he had just awakened still confused him. Was there something else that All for One was hiding from him? A hidden quirk that he never knew about. Perhaps there might be someone who was in the know about this. Someone other than the boss, of course. But he hadn't seen Urogiri for what must have felt like eternity. He was cut out of his internal monologue when something ached in his right arm. Oh right, his broken bones. He could feel it snapping back to its place by now. But it was far from being completely healed. As he walked to the front gates of the school, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, wait up." Izuku stopped in his track, his head slightly tilted towards the direction of the person who called out to him. It was the girl from before, and also the one that he saved. In concern, he said, "Shouldn't you be recuperating? That injury looked nasty." The girl looked at her calves. Smiling sheepishly as she did so, recovery girl already did her part. Took a lot of energy out of me, but it's okay. I'm all juiced up now. She flashed a thumbs up. Thanks for saving me earlier. Though, I owe you one. Oh, no problem. Izuku said. His mind went blank, not knowing what to say. If he spoke, he'd be reduced to a mumbling mess, and I'd imagine how embarrassing that would be. The girl then extended her hand for a handshake. We didn't properly introduce ourselves last time. I'm Uraraka Ochako, pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Mi. Izuku cut himself off, almost spilling the beans and blowing his cover. Goddamn it, not even a few seconds and you're already jinxing it. Izuku cleared his throat, before saying, Kratos. Sorry, what? Ochako raised her brow. I'm Greek, Izuku awkwardly said. Don't have a lot of Greeks around these parts, huh? Not really. Ochako's face then beamed as she continued, but that's so cool though. It's a nice change of pace. You have a strong accent too for a foreigner. Izuku scratched his hair. Yeah, thanks. And your name was Kratos, right? From what little knowledge I have regarding the Greek language, it has a meaning closer to something like strength, am I right? Ochako said with enthusiasm. Izuku nodded awkwardly, his posture rigid as she came closer to him. It suits you well. You were pretty strong. I bet you got the most points out of every examinees that were present. That's wishful thinking, Izuku denied. Ah come on, don't sell yourself short. You wrecked that zero-pointer with a single punch. I'd say you're the strongest out of us all. Ochako smiled brightly as she said that. Izuku laughed a little at the thought. Not even close. Anyway. Ochako raised her voice, startling Izuku a little bit. Wanna walk home together? I don't live very far from here. Wait, where do you live? I live outside of town, Izuku answered, causing Ochako to deflate a little bit. Oh, Ochako sighed in slight disappointment. That's okay. Are you going home by the train, then? Yup, Izuku nodded. Why don't we walk to the station together? Ochako smiled. I'm not pressuring you. Of course. I just thought it would be good if we got to know each other a little bit better. Izuku contemplated for a second. On one hand, having a friend for once wouldn't be such a laborious experience, but on the other, he didn't have time for pleasantries. With a hastened pace, he spoke, "Sure, but don't you think you should be heading home instead? They got a few miles to go through till we reach the nearest train station." "It's totally," Ochako was cut short when she looked at her phone, "not fine." "I'm sorry," Izuku inquired. Ochako groaned, seemingly in frustration. "Ah, sorry. Change of plans. I gotta go home early. Some other time, then." She then stretched her right arm forward, offering a fist bump with a smile. Izuku hesitated momentarily. Then, without giving it any afterthought, he returned the gesture. With that, Ochako bid her farewell. "See ya then. Hope we're in the same class when school starts. If we're accepted anyway. Haha," she said while running on the opposite direction. Izuku stared wordlessly at the shrinking frame of one Ochako Uraraka. "Oh wow, I just talked to a girl. Well, it's not like he's going to follow through with the friendship invitation anyway. He was too dangerous to keep around." As he walked down the streets, he couldn't help but feel like he should have had said more. Maybe Ochako would lose interest down the line. And she wouldn't even give him any thought when they meet again. Oh well. He wistfully sighed, downcast eyes trained to the dry ground. Not like that was any different from his previous social interactions anyway. Most of them consisted of people degrading him as the utterly incompetent quirkless boy, Bakugo being the most prominent perpetrator of them all. Almost as if on instinct, Izuku reached for the scar that was perpetually carved on his right eye, courtesy of Bakugo's explosion quirk. The memories came rushing in, still as fresh and vivid as it was when he first experienced them. No one was ever on his side. Even with the countless attempts he made on alerting the teachers about the bullying he'd been getting, they never got the chastisement that they deserved. He tried not to hold this against the teachers, though. It was water under the bridge. All of it. Izuku continued his way down the streets, waiting for a portal to unceremoniously appear in front of him to pull him straight back to All for One's little lair. Or the bar. Both are as bad as each other. A portal did open. However, what came out of it was beyond his expectations. "Kurogiri-san." Izuku's eyes widened. The door snapped shut as the hot-headed teenager threw his clothes on the couch. Katsuki never thought living in a cramped space like this shithole of an apartment would feel so liberating. Yet lonely at the same time. After storming out of the house in the most unconventional of ways, Masaru had taken the initiative to give him a place to stay in for the time being. At least, until Mitsuki calmed down. If she would ever. The humid air intensified the suspense that he had just felt during the entire examination process. That student with the veil. He knew something was up with him. But he couldn't piece together the missing shards. Those moves, that familiar rage when he roughed all those machines up. He couldn't put together the pieces just yet. He needed to look deeper into this one particular examinee. Katsuki didn't quite catch his name, but he'd find out. Fuck, Katsuki threw himself into the couch, spreading his feet across the floor. I oughta be insane. I think stalking a goddamn weirdo is a good way to be productive. Picking up the remote on the table in front of him, he clicked on one of the numbers to look for a channel to take his mind off of things. Tedious. Click. Uninteresting. Click. Obsolete. Click. Why? Click. Did they keep showing? Click. The same fucking thing. Click. Over and over. Click. Something caught his attention. The news headline in front of him read, "The Emerald Ghost is still at large. An act of versus egolantism or villainy." The news then would go on about how one of the people that were killed was a fugitive. He'd heard of the whole situation on Yokohama. But he didn't care enough to look further into the matter. Just another example of how utterly incompetent heroes were. Then again, Katsuki wasn't going to make any difference in the world of heroes. He'd already botched the chances of a certain someone becoming a true hero. Katsuki often wondered if applying to the hero course would be beneficial to the hero industry as a whole. Probably not. Not after what happened with Izuku. He stood up, shutting off the television screen before going outside of the apartment block. After a long stroll, he found a USTY poster of a missing person placed on a wall. He clapped the dust off of the poster, before getting a clear look of who it was at the center of the picture. Izuku, Katsuki muttered under his breath. As if his day wasn't already bad enough, the universe decided to throw this into the mix. It seemed like no matter how hard he tried to avoid it, the reminder of what he had done would just come back to haunt him for the remainder of his days. A sense of responsibility that he tried so desperately to neglect. Quivering, Katsuki reached for the pencil on his pocket, before writing on the bottom of the poster. "I'm sorry. Come back, please, Katsuki." Letting out a melancholical sigh, Katsuki turned around to walk back to the apartment, putting the pencil back into his pockets. He could only hope that Izuku would somehow see this and come back to his senses. If he was still alive, that is. Midoriya, the man that Izuku thought would never see again, greeted. Izuku's mouth moved, yet he couldn't get the words out. After a few moments of silence, Izuku took a deep breath, before finally speaking. I never thought I'd see you again. Our interaction is strictly being monitored as we speak." Kurogiri stepped out of the subsiding warp gate. "I am only here to inform you of a development concerning your mother." Izuku's eyes widened. "Mom. Is she okay? Please tell me she's okay. Do I need to?" "Midoriya," Kurogiri interrupted, trying to calm him down. "Remain calm. No harm has befallen your mother as of this moment. She's doing relatively fine, with only a few hurdles, of course." "What are they?" Izuku inquired. "Her legs may or may not be permanently paralyzed, depending on how well the treatment would go," Kurogiri explained. "But beyond that, she's fine." Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief. His worries had been alleviated. Though there was one thing that still bothered him. "Why are you telling me this?" "I only do this as a professional gesture of courtesy," Kurogiri said. "You're not doing anything against his wishes again, are you?" Izuku asked, his tone laced with worry. "No," Kurogiri shook his head. "Please don't lie. I don't want you to risk yourself like this," Izuku insisted. Kurogiri then reassured, "I am not. Even if I were, my general welfare is of no consequence to you." Izuku was about to say something against that, but nothing came out of his mouth. After that, Kurogiri inched closer to the boy. "Has he been treating you well?" Izuku was caught off guard by the question, but he answered regardless. If you mean it in a way that he treats his employees well, then. Yeah, he has. You're not hurt?" Kurogiri asked. "Kurogiri, I apologize for not being there. I was caught up in quite the constricting predicament," Kurogiri said in a tone that almost conveyed guilt. "It's not your fault, really." "I would beg to differ." Kurogiri's voice cracked a little. "Kurogiri, please." Izuku shifted closer. "Don't." Kurogiri stayed silent for a moment, his figure unmoving. After that, he immediately tossed an object from his chest away into the ground. It was sort of like a device. Then, he stretched his hand out to Izuku. "Would you like to see your mother?" "Wait, what?" Izuku was surprised by the offer. "Is that even allowed?" "It will only be for a moment. No one would notice," Kurogiri said. Then, after a second, he added, "if we're careful enough. You do know you're only dissuading me from following through with this, right?" Izuku raised his brow. Kurogiri huffed. "This is your mother that we're talking about. Don't you want to see her?" "I do. But what about you?" "I already told you not to concern yourself over me," Kurogiri urged. "That's not fair. Since when have things ever been fair?" Kurogiri shot back. That got Izuku to stop talking. Kurogiri sighed, before saying, "As I said, it'll only be for a moment. None of us would get caught in the crossfire if you just follow my lead." "All for one wouldn't catch a whiff of this?" Izuku asked. "I have that part covered," Kurogiri replied. "You needn't worry about it. You just need to worry about what you're going to say to your mother." "Membujuk. That's the tricky part. I don't know what to say to her. Should she see me, the first thing she's going to do is tell me to go home." Izuku then ended with the heart-wrenching truth, "But I can't." Quote. Kurogiri looked at him. Even from behind the metal brace, Izuku could feel the turmoil swirling inside him. "You'll figure it out," Kurogiri simply stated, much to Izuku's dismay. Izuku couldn't argue against that. The desire of seeing his mother awake and well had been plaguing his innermost thoughts during his time with the League. Maybe Kurogiri was right, that he had this all covered, even with all the odds stacked against them. He braced himself as he went through the warp gate, closing his eyes as he did so. Izuku's heartbeat rapidly increased as he could feel the familiar ambience of The infirmary room that he had visited all those months ago. As he opened his eyes, Yagi couldn't keep his eyes off of the letter. The contents that were written inside. It further confirmed the suspicions that he had regarding Midoriya's connection with the Emerald Ghost. How'd it go? Tsukauchi entered the office, his eyes trained to the notebook he held in his hands. It went well, for the most part. Right until I spilled the beans to Inko, Yagi sighed, rubbing his temple. Not the wisest decision I've ever made, yeah. No kidding, Tsukauchi sat on the other side of the table. How'd she take it? Yagi looked at the floor for a moment, looking distressed. Then, he said, bad. Very bad. Actually, I don't even know if she'd ever forgive me. Tsukauchi's expression softened, as he leaned forward, replying. She'll come around. You were in a desperate position. Anyone would understand. Well, most of anyone, anyway. Yagi sighed. Then, he pulled the letter out of his pockets, handing it over to Tsukauchi, that aside. I need you to take a look at this letter for me. Tsukauchi hummed as he took the letter, before unfolding it. He read it letter by letter, his eyes widening as he came closer to the end. Catch anything interesting? Tsukauchi placed the letter on the table slowly. Midoriya is being held against his will by a villain. Yagi nodded, and that also confirms our suspicions regarding his connection with The Emerald Ghost. But he's not really a villain if that's the case, is he? Tsukauchi said with a shaky voice. One should have guessed that already from the start, Yagi said. His tone bitter. Young Midoriya is anything but villainous. Something must have prompted him to go down this path. We have a lot to unpack, Tsukauchi lamented, his head hung low. He then placed the letter inside of a small plastic as evidence, placing it on his locker. Thanks, Toshinori. This might be useful in the future. Yagi snorted, before saying, how's Daisuke doing? Tsukauchi was a bit taken aback by the abrupt question, before saying, he's fine, mostly. I'm not really cut out to be a parent, or his legal guardian for the matter. Me neither, Yagi chuckled, tapping his fingers on the table. And about his sister, I don't even know where to start. Tsukauchi shook his head, you gotta have your eyes on the ball, Toshi. Midoriya takes precedence over everything. It's not really fair to put these two young men on a scale, is it? They need us just the same, Yagi replied. Not if the other child is harboring a secret quirk that could potentially pose a national threat if it fell on the wrong hands. Tsukauchi pressed into the matter. Yagi sighed, conceding. Still not fair. After that, Yagi stood up. I have things to do back at UA. I owe Nezu an explanation for my absence in the entrance exam. Best of luck to the both of us, Tsukauchi said in a weary voice. Yagi simply nodded. God knows they needed luck on their side for them to pull through. Inko's eyes widened as she saw the stranger passing through what looked like a misty cloud. Who are you? The stranger didn't speak for a while. He only stood there, catching a cold feet. The only words that he could utter was a simple, I. Inko asked again, this time, with a more stern voice, who are you? Slowly but surely, the stranger opened his veil. What was revealed within shocked Inko to her core. It was her son. Her baby was standing in front of her, alive and well. Surely it wasn't a dream. Izuku. Inko muttered, her eyes watering. Izuku, it's you. It's me, Mom. It's me. Izuku said in a shaky voice. Without a second thought, Izuku lunged towards Inko, wrapping his arms around her, engulfing her in a tight, loving embrace. He sobbed into her shoulder, clinging to her like a lifeline. She didn't even think further either. She returned her gesture, embracing her son without a word. They stayed like that for a good couple of minutes. Izuku pulled back from her embrace, wiping his tears as he did so. Inko then said in a raspy, tearful voice, oh, my baby. Where have you been? Why didn't you call? I'm sorry for leaving you like that. You must have felt so alone. Mom, please, don't beat yourself up over it. It's not your fault. Izuku shook his head. I've been doing fine on my own. Have you? Inko asked, unsure. I have. Zuku put up the most genuine smile that he's ever done since months ago. Wouldn't be your son if I couldn't handle myself, would I? Inko's lips curled delightfully as she pinched the side of Izuku's cheek. Oh. You've grown a bit more cheekier than last time, haven't you, Zuku? Izuku laughed. I guess I learned a thing or two from being alone for months. You won't be anymore, now that I'm here, Inko smiled. Putting her hands on both of Izuku's cheeks, gently caressing them. Tell me what you've been up to while I was gone. Nothing much, Izuku shook his head. It was just boredom. You went missing, Inko said. That's not much of a boredom, is it? Izuku couldn't get the words out. Oh yeah, that letter that he sent. Somehow, he'd all forgotten about it already. You sent me a letter. I got so worried. She was on the verge of panicking. Izuku stopped that by pulling her into his embrace. Mom, calm down, it's okay. I'm here, aren't I? I'm not going anywhere, Izuku said. I couldn't afford losing you, Inko said. You're the only thing that I have left in this world. Izuku's heart swelled at that declaration. The regret of his decision was even more apparent now. He could have stayed here with his mother, hospital bills all be damned. But he had to be impulsive. He knew they weren't always the best when it comes to their financial situation. Then, she spoke again, son. About that letter. I know. Please don't, Izuku shook his head. It's not safe for you to know. You can tell me anything. I'm your mother, Inko pressed even more, adamant about knowing. Izuku nodded. I know. Then why aren't you telling me anything? Inko inquired. Things like that don't just come once in a blue moon. Telling me is imperative at this point. It's not a request. Izuku's hands loosened around Inko's wrist, his figure shaking. You can't know. Fine. Suit yourself. Inko bursted out in anger, slumping back to her pillow. This took Izuku by surprise. Izuku leaned forward, his expression full of remorse. Mom, I'm sorry, Inko was silent for a moment, her eyes landing on the walls. Then, after a while, she sighed, returning her gaze on Izuku. Izuku, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you like that. It's okay, I understand, Izuku replied with a sincere smile. It's just, Inko's palm slid from her temple all the way down to her jaw. I had a little unpleasant trip down the memory lane. Mom. Izuku raised his brow, baffled by the cryptic statement. A man that I used to know visited me. Inko's breath hitched as she continued, I had an affair with him. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. Truth to be told, it was to be expected. His father had always been absent in their lives. Did he do something to you? No, heavens no. Inko laughed bitterly. Then, she continued, that man wouldn't hurt a fly even if he tried. He's too nice for that. Then what did he do that made you this upset? Izuku asked. Inko didn't say anything for a moment, looking at her son in a somber way. Mom. Inko snapped out of her trance. Oh, right. He told me a lot of stuff. Found out that he was lying from the start and, I mean, it's not like I'm any better. I have my fair share of lies. Especially to you. Izuku brushed that last part aside, choosing only to focus on his mother. What did he tell you? Inko trailed off, trying to think of something to say. Then, she said, he knew you had a quirk. Izuku's eyes widened at that statement. Wait, he what? I know. You might not remember him, but he does, Inko added. However, there was a hint of reluctance in her voice. He used to visit us every once in a while. You were so little when it happened. Izuku's head throbbed when he heard that, as if something came back to him and filled the empty slot in the missing piece's place. Izuku. Nothing, it's. Izuku's headache began to dissipate as he regained his focus. It's nothing. Inko ran her fingers through his head. Is there something that I should be concerned? No, Mom, just continue. Don't worry too much, Izuku said. It was suspicious. Someone already knew that he had a quirk. And told his mother too. Inko then continued, I'm assuming you also knew you had a quirk from the start. No, Izuku said, confused. Why would I put myself through all of that torment back at school just for a play pretend? Inko sighed. Sorry. My trust issues is at its highest right now. I didn't mean to. Izuku shook his head. It's okay. Truth to be told, I didn't know why I suddenly manifested a quirk. It's abrupt. I'm almost convinced someone did this to me. How do you mean? Just a hunch, Izuku said, before looking at the clock on the wall. I gotta run now, Mom. Sorry. Already. Inko said in disappointment. I have things to do out there. Wait. Inko grabbed Izuku by his wrist. He also told me that you may be linked to a villain. Izuku's composure dropped for a second. Wait, the Emerald Ghost, he said. Is it true? Inko asked again, her eyes bearing into Izuku's, searching for any hint of deceit. Izuku stared at Inko for a second. Then, he said, I love you, Mom. Before pulling his hand away from her hold, running to the other side of the room. Izuku, wait. Inko was cut off when Izuku was engulfed by that same misty cloud from before. After a long while of silence, Inko uttered a tearful, I love you too.